Welcome you back all to the second day of the International E-Conference on Connecting the Rohingya Diaspora, highlighting the global displacement. Today we have two panel discussions followed by the most awaited Dhaka Declaration 2. Without wasting much time, we'll now move on to the third panel of this day. It is the first panel, to be more precise, is Rohingya Diaspora, UK, uh, Canada, and Japan. Discussant for the session is Nikki Diamond, Myanmar human rights specialist at Fortify Rights, moderated by Ms. Farah Kabir, Country Director, ActionAid Bangladesh. Now, I would like to request Ms. Farah Kabir ma'am to take over the platform and conduct the session as the moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Farhana. Farhana, do you want to do the housekeeping? Remind us of what, and then I can take off.
Yes. So, in very short, I'll just read out the housekeeping rules for your kind convenience. We'd request you to, during the speech of the panelist, to please put your microphone on mute. You can place your comment and query in the Zoom chat box. This will be addressed during the Q&A session of each panel. During the Q&A session, please write down your question, comment in the Zoom chat box. The moderator and the panel will address them accordingly. The e-brochure of the International E-Conference is available on the file section or will be shortly available in the Zoom chat box. Your kind cooperation in this regard will be highly appreciated. Over to you, Farah ma'am.
Again, thank you, Farhana. A very warm welcome to all those who have joined us on Zoom, Facebook, and other social platforms. We are going to start the third panel, and it's my pleasure to moderate this session. We will be, since yesterday, we've been listening to the diaspora and researchers from different parts of the world. Today, we will be listening to Tun Kin, who is a Rohingya leader and president of the Burmese Rohingya organization in the UK. We have Kausar Ahmed, who's a professor of political science, University of Winnipeg, Canada. And we have Miwako Hosoda, who's a professor and vice president of CSI University, Japan. And of course, we will be joined by a discussant, Nikki Diamond, who is a Myanmar human rights specialist at Fortify Rights. The conversations yesterday, if you were with us, was quite interesting, and we had a range of discussion on the politics, the geopolitics, the situation, the status of Rohingyas in Myanmar, the persecution leading to genocide, which was over decades, and then the diasporas in different parts of the world, how they are coming together and what are their plight and what are the problems they're facing and how they're trying to come in solidarity. So today, without much from my side, I want to invite Tun Kin from the UK to share his experiences. So over to you, Tun Kin.
First of all, thank you very much for organizing this timely event. I would like to express many thanks to organizers. And I want to express many thanks to Bangladesh government and the people of Bangladesh. Today, it's been 3 years now. Bangladesh government and the people of Bangladesh have given a shelter and shown hospitality, generosity to our people. We will never forget. That is what I want to highlight first. And I was born and brought up in Rakhine State, Myanmar, and left when I was about 17 years. I'm living in London now, a husband and father of three. I am an engineer by profession, actually. My whole adult life been dedicated to advocate for the rights of the Rohingya. In 2005, together with other Rohingya living in UK, I set up Burmese Rohingya organization UK, which I am now a president of. The organization works to highlight the plight of Rohingya internationally and to support the Rohingya community both inside Myanmar and outside. I'm one of the lucky one, I should say, to make it out of Rakhine State, to be able to start a new life in UK. I'm one of the lucky ones to be here to talk to you today, even. But I miss my homeland. I want to able to go back to my home, to Myanmar, to Rakhine State. I want my people to be safe there as they once were. I have dedicated my whole life to make that the reality. Today, it is 3-year anniversary since the Burmese military has started what they call clearance operation in Rakhine State. The army killed thousands of Rohingya people, torched many villages to the ground, and drove about 800,000 Rohingya to flee across the border into neighboring Bangladesh. This is a day when Rohingya everywhere remember the genocide and the worst crimes committed against us in our history. 3 years ago, brutal violence in Rakhine State finally made the world sit up and take notice of decades of oppression we have suffered in our home country. But so far, this has not led to international community holding Myanmar government or military account for their actions. Their crimes. I will talk about this later anyway. I have been asked to speak about the Rohingya in the United Kingdom, who we are and what we do. I will do this first, then I will talk about the Rohingya in UK are fighting for and how we are working a shift change for the Rohingya in Myanmar and in other places. I will talk about the action we would like to see from international community. Rohingya in UK, especially Rohingya in UK mainly living in London and Bradford and Northern England. The Rohingya youth are doing impressive work in the UK. They work hard both to improve their own life, some going to top universities such as Oxford, University College London, UCL, Imperial College, but also to improve the situation of Rohingya in their homeland, in the refugee camps in Bangladesh. Many of the Rohingya who finishes their studies in the UK want to work to end genocide of the Rohingya and fight for justice. A group of Rohingya youth recently came back from a trip to Auschwitz, a very moving and harrowing trip for them as genocide survivors themselves. Many of the Rohingya in Bradford came from Bangladesh in 2009. They have worked hard to restart their lives in this new country. Some of them are professionals, such as engineers. Some work in retail or they are in retail or their service industry. Some have opened their own shops. British Rohingya community in UK is a Rohingya community organization in Bradford. We at Burmese Rohingya organization UK work together with them to advance the cause of the Rohingya. At Brock, we provide a vital voice for the Rohingya people through our work with the community inside Myanmar, as well as with the wider diaspora. We are committed to training the next generation of Rohingya leaders through interaction and capacity building with Rohingya youth. We have provided humanitarian support to Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh. And I have seen firsthand the terrible situation in refugee camps, and I spent around 4 weeks in 2017, where close to 1 million Rohingya live. While Bangladesh government had generously opened its borders to Rohingya refugees, you know, we have seen many genocide survivors there, and I met and did many interviews. And because the headline have come fewer today, 3 years after Burmese military attack on the Rohingya, it does not mean that Rohingyas are no longer suffering. Make no mistake, the genocide is ongoing, I have to say. Myanmar's leaders are still intent on erasing the Rohingya as a people. For some 600,000 Rohingya who remain in Rakhine State today, life continues to resemble an open-air prison. Rohingyas are effectively denied citizenship under the 1982 citizenship law, while laws and policies impose severe restriction on their freedom of movement, making access in healthcare, education, and the labor market extremely difficult. A whole generation of Rohingya children are growing in hopeless conditions, severely traumatized by violence and without access to quality schooling. They see no way of improving their family. What international community should do more? While Myanmar's government pay lip service to improving condition in Rakhine State, in reality, they show the same colors indifference to Rohingya as they always had. International community must continue to push Myanmar to end this genocide before it is too late. Despite the well-documented serious human rights violations, uh, by the Temedor and other against the Rohingya, not a single person has been meaningfully brought to justice over the past 3 years. In a positive development, however, momentum behind international justice effort has grown over the past year. In 2019, Gambia brought a case against Myanmar for violating the Genocide Convention at the International Court of Justice. In January 2020, ICJ imposed provisional measures on Myanmar, a legal injunction ordering the country to end all genocidal practices against the Rohingya. Last year, in November, the same week, International Criminal Court also announced it was launching an investigation against Myanmar over crimes against humanity against the Rohingya. Our organization has furthermore brought a universal jurisdiction case in Argentina against Myanmar's military and civilian leadership for their role in the genocide against Rohingya. Universal jurisdiction is a legal principle that some crimes are so horrific that they concern humanity as a whole and can be tried anywhere, regardless of where they are, where they were committed. The Argentinian judiciary is currently deciding whether or not to take up the case. Rohingya do not want revenge. We want a chance to build our life with dignity, which is only possible if there is justice for crimes against us. The world must support international justice effort. We call on most states to support the Gambia's case at the International Court of Justice and to launch universal jurisdiction cases in their own countries. It is shameful that the international community has mostly remained paralyzed for 3 years. We are tired of talking empty talk and promises while nothing improves for our people. We need real action now more than ever. A few of us, Rohingya, has got the chance to build new lives in other countries, and we will keep pushing the international community to help bring change to Rohingya everywhere, in the camps in Bangladesh and in Myanmar. One day, we want to be able to go back as citizens of our native land in our country and to live in freedom and peace. I would like to say thank you very much to all of you for your attention. Thank you, Gabe.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute. Thank you, Tunkin, and thank you for sharing your journey. From you left as a youth and how you had to build your life as a diaspora in the UK. But you do recognize that you were fortunate, and not all of them are. And it was interesting to learn about this filing of the case in Argentina against the Myanmar military. And I hope your dream of returning as a citizen will someday be fulfilled. That's a hope. But if wishes were horses, we would ride them. And we know how difficult the situation is on the ground and the conditions. I'm sure there'll be questions for you from those who are listening in or watching us, and I will come back to them later. Maybe it would help to discuss more about how the diaspora in the UK can coordinate and organize to put pressure on the British government as a member of the international community to not be paralyzed, but to do more and not just look at all this from the trade and commerce angle. Having said that, I now want to move to Kausar Ahmed, who is the professor of political science at the University of Winnipeg, and invite you to share your thoughts. Professor Ahmed has done a PhD in peace and conflict studies, and we would like to hear your views on the displacement and the Rohingya state of the Rohingyas and the genocide that has been going on over decades, but the recent since 2017. So over to you, Dr. Ahmed. Can you hear us? Are you with us, Dr. Ahmed?
Humayun, you have to unmute him.
Maybe he is not in the platform.
Oh, he's there. He's Onur Chiti Ahmed. His name is there.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Dr. Ahmed, are you able to hear us?
I can. Actually.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah. Why the name has, I have taken different identity maybe this morning. Thank you so much.
You are hiding. I can see that. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Imtiaz, Farah Kabir, and Mr. Manzoor for this opportunity. And let me congratulate first the organizers for arranging such a timely discussion on one of the most humane topics in the current geopolitical and humanitarian context. This e-seminar is very important for me for several reasons. One, I was born and raised in Bangladesh, and I'm aware of the plights of Rohingyas since 1991. So far, I remember. And second, with Dr. Hilal, who teaches in North-South University now, I co-founded a research-based think tank in Winnipeg in December 2017. And Rohingya Crisis is our pioneer research project that we launched in the following year, January 2018, at the Rotary Club of Winnipeg. And thirdly, my adopted country, Canada, has so far been deeply involved in resolving the crisis since the last exodus. So I feel a triple obligation today to fulfill. I hope I could deliver. Um, Although it might be perceived as a matter of self-promotion, yet I'd like to share with you, with our esteemed audience, our actual research foresee. And this is being faithful to my discipline of peace and conflict. We carried out an actor-based analysis to dig deeper into the root causes of the conflict uh, in order to find out realistic peace-building avenues. And this is aimed at conflict transformation, because we generally advocate to transform conflict rather resolving it, because we believe that conflict might not be resolved at all. Lexington Books from USA published our research in January 2020, and it is available in all major platforms. And in that particular research, we actually identified the diaspora groups in all the Western and non-Western countries as one of the important factors contributing towards conflict transformation. Without further ado, let's jump into my topic today, which I titled Rohingya Diaspora in Canada, Activistes Sans Frontières, because I observed enormous potentials in Canadian diaspora group. And I'm super optimistic about its capacity to achieve bigger and larger in the future. As we dive in the topic, let me remind our audience that etymologically, the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible, Septuagint, which used the verb diaspora and noun diaspora to denote the condition of spiritual anguish accompanying the dispersal of the Jews and the way they were dispersed, is exactly what reflects Canadian diaspora here. Now, briefly, let me orient you with the major concentration of Rohingyas in Canada. By an informal account, around 600 to 700 Rohingyas immigrated to Canada in 2008 and 9 from Bangladesh under a bilateral arrangement. Most of them were settled in Waterloo region of Ontario province, which is in the eastern side of Canada. And smaller groups of Rohingyas are also found in Ottawa and Vancouver areas, number varying from 40 to 50 families. And there are 1 to 5 families are also found in Winnipeg and other places. Now about the organizations itself, there are 3 umbrella organizations of Rohingya diaspora which are very active in pushing forward their demands and continue their activism in Canada. These are Rohingya Human Rights Network, led by Mr. Rais, who lives and works from Ottawa. And since the fall of 2017, the Rohingya Human Rights Network has been working with human rights advocates and allied organizations to speak on behalf of the Rohingya in Canada and convince the Canadian government that to be a nation that values human rights and basic humanity, leaders have to do more than issuing media releases and statements condemning atrocities committed against innocent people. The other one is called Rohingya Association of Canada, led by Mr. Anwar Arkani, which is based out of Waterloo region of Ontario. And the third one is called the Canada Rohingya Development Initiative, CRDI in short, which is mostly composed of relatively young Rohingyas. Ladies and gentlemen, Rohingya diaspora is not monolithic, like any other ethnocultural groups in Canada. However, what we observed that such groups have become more active after 2017. One of the reasons is that Rohingya population in Canada is relatively very small in comparison to other groups like Tamil, Sikhs, and Filipinos. Let's talk about how diaspora groups traditionally either can exacerbate conflict or contribute towards conflict transformation. Most of you are aware of the Tamil diaspora and their support to LTTE in Sri Lanka and Punjabi Sikhs of the Khalistan movements from Canada, of course. I've cited these two difficult cases since these were actively involved in fundraising and supporting hostile groups back in their places of birth. On the other side, various diaspora groups in Canada raise funds to help their kinsmen and routinely protest against injustices of their governments in Canada. So from these perspectives, we also observed Rohingya diaspora groups have contributed positively in conflict transformation. And within a span of 3 years, these groups have also achieved considerable goals in Canada. Besides raising regular awareness about the genocide, these groups collaboratively worked and mobilized their energy in the Canadian Parliament. And as a result, Canada became one of the first Western countries which acknowledged it as a genocide in both the Houses of Parliament in 2019. Further, it is through their activism that led to the stripping of the honorary citizenship of Aung San Suu Kyi in the same year. Again, through their activism, these groups further pursued the Canadian Museum of Human Rights, which actually is located in my city, to dim the light on the portrait of Aung San Suu Kyi as a gesture of their symbolic protest. In pursuit of their goals, they also convinced the Museum of Human Rights and supplied exhibits to the museum. And now we have a corner dedicated exclusively to the history of Rohingyas. And I think it's a very nascent step to preserve the history of Rohingyas for the future generation. These are no easy tasks, and I am a witness to these groups' relentless hard work in networking and motivating people behind their causes. Of course, Rohingya diaspora groups raise funds and send back to their relatives in the camps on various occasions. One thing I would like to mention here is that in Canada, these Rohingya groups are also supported by NGOs. And one of the lead NGOs here in Canada is called Interpress. And smaller NGOs and think tanks like ours, we also support them. As far as the individuals are concerned, two names come to my mind. Professor John Pecker from International Conflict Resolution, who is the Director of Human Rights Research and Education Center in Ottawa University, and Dr. Aliya Khan, Professor of Clinical Medicine at the McMaster University, those who are leading voices of Rohingya diaspora here. Now I'm switching a little bit of my discussion towards challenges that these groups actually face in Canada and globally. Although we live in a connected world and we expect better collaboration, globally the Rohingya diaspora lacks leadership and a unified voice from within. Therefore, question of representation remains to be a thorny issue sometimes. Although I understand bringing all activists under one umbrella is a tall order and almost unachievable within the past few years, yet I see disunity among various groups in setting meaningful agenda for their cause. So what we find here is each group operates with local agenda and pursue local governments, which seems to be not very effective for the longer term goals. Nonetheless, since there is no grand strategy under which various efforts such as accountability, humanitarian justice, rehabilitation, resettlement agenda could be pursued, the diaspora activism often lacks steam and effectiveness. Canadian Rohingya diaspora is, of course, entitled to pursue their goals as they choose. Yet, we strongly believe that now it is time to refocus and recalibrate their spheres of activism and direct their energy towards safe and dignified return of all Rohingyas to Myanmar. In order to attain such a goal, it can undertake the following activities with a dual aim in mind. First, sustaining pressure on Myanmar by building public opinion in Canada. And secondly, at the same time, mobilizing resources to build a coalition of willing nations which can tangibly pressure Myanmar to implement recommendations of Kofi Annan Commission. Also, a perception exists that diaspora might play a small role within a broader geopolitical context, but it is far from the truth. And here are some of the concrete recommendations that I would like to share with my audience today. So first is to engage ethnic Canadian Burmese population, those who live in Canada. I have seen in the recent past the chief Buddhist cleric in Ontario openly shared his hate and vile attitude towards Rohingyas, echoing his counterparts in Myanmar. This is why it is very important to engage such actors so that polarization does not continue in Canada. I also strongly recommend to seek Government of Canada's help in establishing a cross-border Rohingya advocacy organization that will coordinate most of the short and long-term efforts to transform the conflict. I know at least the existence of such a platform in New York, as shared by Canadian High Commissioner in his speech in a seminar organized by North-South University on August 24th. However, in reality, we neither have seen any tangible activities nor have received any output from this platform so far. Nonetheless, in 2018, in one of our seminars, we suggested to have such a platform which can coordinate all these efforts. In addition, we would like to recommend also to build bridge and engage Canadian current groups and other oppressed Burmese ethnocultural communities so that a coalition can be built. Finally, we also like to suggest that to engage India, China, Japan in Canada, those who all are three major important geopolitical actors, can also be done. And of course, as a last point, I'd like to add that to start a boycott, divestment, and sanction BDS movement in Canada so that mining companies do not continue their operations in Myanmar. Ladies and gentlemen, you might be surprised to know that Asia-based Metal Incorporated, a BC-based company, is still operating in Myanmar. Echoing with Her Excellency Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina's 4-point proposal stated before the 74th United Nations General Assembly, our organization is an active supporter of a Canadian initiative called Responsibility to Protect. It is an international norm, as you all know, that seeks to ensure that the international community never again fails to halt the mass atrocity crimes of genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. It was unanimously adopted in 2005 at the UN World Summit. In light of R2P, we have advocated that R2P principles can very well be applicable to create a safe zone in Rakhine, especially areas encompassing Butidong, Mongdu, and Rathidong Township, which is actually the former transfrontier region declared between 1950 and 1956. We can debate about the modality and form of safe zone separately. Yet I believe that this is the only tool that we have can literally exert pressure on Myanmar to undertake fundamental and structural change in its constitution in the longer term. This will also set a precedence in international relations about setting a limit of a genocidal state and hold it responsible towards humanity. Despite the challenges I foresee to push the idea in the face of China, India, and Japan, with which Bangladesh has significant economic ties, it is possibly the last resort that Bangladesh has in its inventory for conflict transformation now. Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you, once people are evicted, seldom they are able to go back. We have numerous examples. like Dabab refugee camps in Kenya, Sahrawis in Algeria, Syrians in Turkey and Jordan, and last but not the least, Palestinians. Based on our research, we have forecast local and regional instability in the form of extremism and armed violence might substantially grow from the unsettling Rohingya crisis in the near future. It is a matter of time only that a segment of both host and Rohingya community might embroil in open hostility, thus jeopardizing peace and stability in Bangladesh. Again, I would recall Her Excellency Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina's speech on this topic in Bangladesh Parliament in 2019. And this is all I had to share with you this morning from Winnipeg. And just as a side note for our audience, if you're further interested about our work and the book that we published on this crisis, please tune in a virtual book launch that will be aired on 31st August, 9 a.m. Bangladesh time. And thank you very much once again to Dr. Imtiaz Farah Kabir and Mr. Manzoor to give me an opportunity to talk about one of the closely held topic in my heart. Thank you very much.
Dr. Ahmed, just one clarification question. Actually, how many Rohingyas do you think there is in Canada now? Do you have any figures?
So there is actually no census available to us at this point in time. Nonetheless, unofficially, I was told the number varies from 20 to 2,500 to 3,000 max.
Very small number. But I think later on when we take the questions, it would be interesting to also know how we can do this global mobilization. And in North America, there are different groups, and as well as in Canada. It's a challenge, but perhaps one of the outcomes of this international conference could be your networking, because we have heard yesterday representations from the United States and from Japan. And so obviously there are other not Rohingyas and non-Rohingyas who have taken up this cause. So perhaps this networking could be done. And one more point is, if you put in the chat box the link to the launch of the book, then our participants can follow up on that. So I'll come back to you with the questions once we have heard our third panelist, who is from Japan, Professor Miwako Hosoda, and he will talk about the state of Rohingya diaspora in Japan. So, Professor, over to you.
Thank you very much for introduction. My name is Miwako Hosoda, professor of Seisei University in Japan. I'd like to share the screen. Let me do it. Okay. Can you see the screen website? Okay. So today I'd like to introduce Rohingya people in Japan from the perspective of settlement in Japan and social inclusion with local community. Currently, there are about 300 Rohingyas in Japan. Of these, 260 people, about 90%, lived in Tatebayashi city in Gunma Prefecture. You can see the picture, the map of Tatebayashi. Tatebayashi is a local city in Gunma Prefecture, located about an hour and a half drive from Tokyo. Rohingya who lived in Tatebayashi are people and their families who came to Japan as refugees to escape from Myanmar in 90s and early 2000. The number of Rohingya who came to Tatebayashi by 2005 is about only 70. But the number of Rohingya has reached about 300 nowadays. 90% or 260 people live in Tatebayashi city and they invite their family to come to Tatebayashi, and also they got children here. There are about 100 babies born in Japan. The ratio of males and females is like this: 65% of male and 35% for females. So, Tatebayashi is the one of the local small city in Japan, and the population is 75,000. You can see the station on the right top. In front of the station, it is pretty crowded with shops and banks. But if you go outside, you will find a residential area and farmland. Why did the Rohingya people gather in Tatebayashi? According to several people, a Rohingya man who had been democratizing movement and flight to Japan began living in Tatebayashi around 1990. Since that time, Tatebayashi has had a Muslim community, including Bangladesh and Pakistanis. A Rohingya man was introduced to work in Tatebayashi through these Islamic connections. This prompted Rohingyas who came to Japan as refugees in the early 90s to form a community. There are automobile-related factories in Tatebayashi, and many Rohingya people work in the factories. And some people run their own company by themselves. There is a general store near the station. Meat and spice marked with halal are sold in this store. There are also hijab, which are worn by Muslim women and popular chewing tobacco in Myanmar. There are also 2 Islamic mosques in Tatebayashi city. Most of the Rohingya in Japan rarely came to Japan directly from Myanmar, but many went first to Bangladesh and then they went to Thailand, Malaysia, and Saudi Arabia. Then they came to Japan. Mr. Auntie is one of those people. Auntie is Vice President of Burma Rohingya Association in Japan. He has lived in Tatebayashi for 20 years and run a company that exports used cars. He speaks 7 languages and lives with his son, his wife, and 3 children. I will introduce the path that he has followed. Auntie was born in Mondo, Alakan in 1968. When the national democratization movement took place, he wanted to change politics, but at this time he was caught by the police twice. After that, he also made a democratic movement in Yangon and felt dangerous. So he got a passport and went to Thailand, Malaysia, Bangladesh, and went to Saudi Arabia. In Saudi Arabia, he had been working for 2 years since 1990. During this period, he was secretly engaging in political activities. One day, he read the newsletter of the Burmese People Association in Japan, and He got to know about Myanmar's democratization movement in Japan, and he decided to come to Japan. Then he came to Japan with a 3-month tourist visa at the Japanese embassy in Saudi Arabia. Many Rohingyas who came to Saudi Arabia went to Europe and Australia at that time, but Mr. Aung Tin came to Japan because he was hoping to do his best in Asian countries to improve Myanmar. Since he came to Japan with a tourist visa for 3 months, he eventually became an overstay. That means non-regular immigrant. In 1994, he founded a Burmese Rohingya association in Japan with 7 colleagues. However, immediately after that, Japanese immigration officers and police officers came to his place and took him to the overstay foreigners camp. Then he applied for refugee status and he was approved and released temporarily. Therefore, he continued the democratization movement and worked as a part-time worker in Saitama Prefecture. It is next to Gunma Prefecture. In 1999, Mr. Aung Tin moved to Tatebayashi City as his workplace moved from Saitama Prefecture to Tatebayashi City. In 2001, a special residence permit was issued. He married with a Rohingya woman in Thailand. In 2007, he got a permanent residence status in Japan. And next year, he established a trading company that exports used car, bicycle, and home electricity to Asian countries. He applied for naturalization in 2014 and acquired Japanese nationality in 2015. He has been working for the democratization of Myanmar with his fellows. You can see the man with the striped shirt. He's Mr. Shin Shibata, a member of the city council and a board member of Tatebayashi International Association. Such people are supporting Mr. Aung Tin's movement and his living in the community. This is the mosque in Tatebayashi, Muslim in the area, including Rohingya. They gather for prayer. Nowadays, because of the new coronavirus, people are not able to gather in large numbers. The mosque has put up the posters to prevent infection disease and provide masks. This is a poster of the wall on the mosque to warn the coronavirus infections. And it is said, as a Muslim, we should be aware about our faith, amal, and habit. Actually, when the mosque was built in 2000, the Japanese people living nearby said it was a disturbing facility. However, after a month or two, they began to think it is good to pray quietly. Rohingya people are accepted by the community because they follow the rules of life, for example, garbage disposal and started cleaning, etc., and treat their local with greeting. So Rohingya people start the life here together with the people in the community. And social inclusion successfully done. It seems like this.
Um, Professor
Yes.
Osoda, would you be okay to finish in 2-3 minutes?
Sure.
Thank you.
And however, the Japanese government continued to turn away from the Rohingya issue. The UN General Assembly of Human Rights Council adopted the UN General Assembly resolution in December 2017, and in this case, Japanese government abstained. The Japanese government abstained again and again, and the Japanese government officially do not use the word Rohingya, but say Arakan Muslims. However, in Japan, mass media use Rohingya. The Rohingya people have shown resistance to such Japanese government attitude, conducting a march of protest. Why Japanese government abstained every time? It is said that Japanese government does not want to make a bad mood with the Myanmar government and the military. The Human Rights Watch, an international humanitarian rights organization, said the Japanese government was advocating value diplomacy, which emphasized values such as human rights and democracy. However, the Japanese government attitude over the Rohingya is called value-less diplomacy. Japan must research its value diplomacy and put pressure to the Myanmar government to protect legal justice and human rights of Rohingya people. This is the last slide. In such a situation, there may be some hope. There are nearly 100 Rohingya children who were born in Japan. Mr. Aountin's 3 children were also born in Japan. Rohingya children usually attend local school and receive Islamic education in mosques. Aunty's elderly son, Mamoru, is a soccer player. This photo is about the friendly match between Rohingya and Myanmar soccer team in Tatebayashi. It is unthinkable that the Rohingya and other ethnic groups of Myanmar could do sports exchange in public in their hometown of Myanmar. However, this is not a miracle, but a result of Mamoru and everyone else's effort to compromise and make friendship. Young generation of Rohingya and Myanmar people in Japan have shown that there is a possibility of interaction and friendship without discrimination as a person. So I hope this kind of the small achievement will be expanded in the world. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Before we go to Nikki Diamond, I was wondering if we could take a few of the questions because these some are clarification questions. So I would like to approach the panelists. And the first one to yourself, Miwako, is about, I mean, you did mention that the Rohingyas, Japan does not use the word Rohingya, and we heard that yesterday also. So are these communities treated and recognized as refugees? Do they get any treatment as refugees? And did they reach there legally, or were they coming through a third country resettlement policy for refugees? So this is one question to you. And the other question is to the other panelists. One is about to Tunkin. Myanmar, according to Tunkin, is unsafe for the Rohingyas. So the questioner wants to know if there's no discrimination of human rights abuses outside Myanmar, for instance, Canada or other countries where the Rohingyas have migrated. And there is a question to Kausar, I believe, that Canada has much less leverage over Myanmar than China and Japan. So what is the strategy of Canada to put pressure on Myanmar? Yeah, so there are a number of suggestions as well. I'll come to that later. I just want to leave you with these questions. We start with you, Miwako, and
Yes,
then to the other panel?
actually, Japanese government officially doesn't use the name Rohingya and use Arakan Massive. However, every mass media and humanitarian aids and NPOs and ordinary people use the word Rohingya. So it's kind of the dual criteria. So officially, government doesn't use, but the politicians themselves use name Rohingya personal occasion. So it
And
is,
they're treated as refugees? What, even
and
if they're
also
not given as Rohingyas? Because you said their immigration threw them out.
yeah, and it is really complicated. However, Japan, not only Rohingya but also any other ethnic people, Japan government rarely approved as refugees.
Okay.
So it's not only Rohingya, but also every, you know, the people, even they are refugee, it's defined as a refugee, but Japan is the government doesn't
Okay.
want to, approve that they, as a
Right.
refugee.
So I want to come to Kausar because there are a number of questions about Canada, the Canada's leverage, and also there's a question about Buddhist Burmese in Canada, who have more understanding toward the Rohingya than the Buddhist Burmese in Japan. Is it possible for the former to try to persuade the latter toward a more moderate view about the coexistence with Rohingya? So, a couple of questions for you, Kausar.
Thank you for the questions, and I think that these are all very pertinent questions and needs due attention. So I'll first address the question of Buddhist monks in Canada. So I was involved in hosting an event in Winnipeg Museum of Human Rights, and this is about a short documentary titled "Genocide in Four Acts." And it was jointly created by a gentleman, actually a master student in Waterloo. So in that documentary, he actually went and interviewed the high priest in the Buddhist organization in Toronto, and there is an actual clip up there. And I was astonished actually to listen to the statement of the cleric or the monk. I mean, per se. So I mean, he's absolutely echoing the all of you are aware of Mahabharata movement in Myanmar, and the prime figure there, the way they described Rohingyas, and the monk here actually say ditto. So that is really very troublesome here because I mean many Burmese, they actually attend these kind of small prayer institutions in Canada, and I do hope that there must something be done from the diaspora groups and of course organizations like ours to connect and to highlight the actual situation of Rohingyas in Myanmar so that the change happens from here. And this is much safer place than Myanmar. There is, we take pride in Canada in terms of freedom of expression, freedom of movement and human rights, all these stuffs. So I think it's much safer place to start a dialogue here. And of course, we can connect, diaspora groups can connect, other groups in Japan and other countries to persuade and give them the actual picture of the history and so forth. So I do see hope in doing that. But if you're asking me, is it happening? No, it is not happening at this point.
Okay, thank you. I mean, there are a few general questions, but before I go to that, Tunkin, there was a question about whether you know of Rohingya in other European countries, particularly France, and are you connected or is there movement going on? And then, of course, the question that are Rohingyas safe and there's no discrimination or human rights abuses outside of Myanmar, for instance, in Canada?
For me, shall I answer my one?
Yes, it's these were both for you, but
Yeah.
Kausar can
Okay.
also, Professor Ahmed can also come in.
Yeah, for France, there are about, as far as what we know, about 20 Rohingya around as a whole France. So there is no such an organization set up, a kind of community base. When we do protests and when we do event, they come and join us. Sometimes very few people. So it's not as strong as many as UK, like Denmark. Denmark, there is a big community who were brought from resettlement from Malaysia, and Norway. There in Norway, so Germany, very few we have. In Holland, they are about uh, 20 to 30 family. So those are just very few numbers, and especially France is very minority compared with other European countries. And Canada, you're talking about Canada or as a whole
Any
Europe
other
countries?
country?
I mean, you're talking about any human rights violations in other countries they are facing anything? Um, I don't think so. Normally, some people who claim the asylum, it takes long these days because of COVID-19, and the other way is normally most of the Rohingyas, they when they claim asylum, their case been granted, as far as I know in Europe, and I don't see any discrimination or anything so far. And mostly it's good that the youth in Europe are really improving the way we are trying to organize more youth around in UK, and not only in UK, in Europe, a kind of gathering and community gathering, so that can give more empowerment or a kind of participation in community events.
Thank you. So there are general questions which I will not take now. I want to move to Nikki Diamond. And Nikki, if you can come in. You've heard the panelists and we've discussed some of the questions. So if you would share your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you so much for giving this opportunity to discuss fundamental issue in this excellent conference today. As you know, I'm a Myanmar human rights expert with contextual knowledge and experiential knowledge of Rohingya situation in Myanmar, but less understanding of diaspora in UK and Canada and Japan. I'm happily admitting that, but I'd like to take an opportunity to raise a couple of points regarding the current Rohingya situation in Myanmar. So as already you know, I'm a full-time based in Myanmar since 2015 with Fortify Rights. My background is a civil society activist since 2007. So I've been documenting, researching human rights, a very kind of human rights issue, human rights violations perpetrated by the state and non-state actor in Myanmar. So you might think why I have been committed in fighting against injustice for the Rohingya community and every marginalized community who are being persecuted by the state by the state and state institution in Myanmar. So I'm not Rohingya, but I'm just a man who cannot tolerate the persecution and marginalization of religious and ethnic minority. When we talk about human rights violation in Myanmar, that military is the primary perpetrator of the country impunity. So I've been standing up for the Rohingya community since 2012 anti-Rohingya violence in Rakhine. Nobody outside of Myanmar has that kind of experience. In 2016-17, some of my Rakhine friends told me they wanted to kill me because I'm publicly defending Rohingya rights. I always stand up for victim and survival human rights violation perpetrated by the military. Now all my Rakhine friends are regretted what they have told me because I'm also defending the right of the Rakhine ethnic minority and civilian who are facing judicial killing, torture, arbitrary detention, shelling in their home villages by ongoing military fight with Arakan army. Right after the systematic and coordinated attack against Rohingya civilian in 2016-17, most of my Rohingya friends told me that we could not seek justice and accountability for them. At that time, legal accountability for Rohingya is almost impossible. So I work with Myanmar civil society grassroots organization to call COI and Commission of Inquiry. And 14 Myanmar civil society signed to call it in January 2017. In March 2017, UN Human Rights Council mandated the International Festival Fighting Mission. So you might all think like why I'm bringing this to this discussion here. So one of the significant narrative is nobody cares about Rohingya in Myanmar and they are helpless and hopeless, which is totally wrong. So I repeat, which is totally wrong. I'm saying that the grassroots and civil society movement really matter why we are fighting against injustice and persecution. So the silent majority and the lack of majoritarian empathy happen under the divided nation and segregated community in Myanmar. But it means no support of Rohingya. So there are many civil society activists and human rights defenders who have been publicly defending the right of Rohingya. So yesterday and today panel somehow discussed solidarity movement among all ethnicity fighting against the same perpetrator in the country, which will be, I would say, which should be an essential notion of unity among the victim and survival of mass atrocity and human rights violation in Myanmar. So in Myanmar, for the far right, we strengthen the human rights movement with all our available resources. Here, my recommendation is we all must realize any possible opportunity to ensure tolerance, social harmony, and solidarity between Rohingya and non-Rohingya community. And my another point is based on my experience with the diplomatic community in Myanmar. Diaspora is disconnected from Rohingya refugee and Rohingya who left behind in northern Rakhine. The element of this argument is focused on the diaspora is not connected with the Rohingya people on the ground, which is valid, which is not valid to me, which is totally wrong. But the constructed narrative of this convention aimed to mischaracterize the organic relation between the diaspora and the Rohingya people on the ground. So I refer to a quote by Dr. Walker Udin, and I quote, the Rohingya diaspora will not rest until meaningful repatriation of every Rohingya person in refugee camp in Bangladesh and other countries in South Asia and Southeast Asia, and end quote. Here, I would like to suggest that this argument and narrative of this convention is a misinterpretation by international diplomatic community in Myanmar. Finally, I like to move on the Rohingya and election issue. So in Myanmar, as already you know, at least 6 Rohingya candidates get rejected by the election commission based on their parent citizenship, not based on their nationality. So Myanmar lower house of parliament known as the election law of Titular chapter 5, section 8b and section 10e require an applicant to be born or two parents who are citizens of Myanmar. And section 27 of its bylaw allow for the disqualification of applicants who do not meet this requirement. As you see, the law is problematic. The practice of the NLD government is more problematic. So let me explain here. So there are non-Rohingya candidates who are seeking to run for parliament during the election scheduled for November 8 are accepted. But some of them doesn't meet the requirement because their age is above 60. And when they were born, their parents did not have the national registration card known as NRC. So because that citizenship card known as national registration or pink color card is introduced in 1990 based on the 1982 citizenship law of Myanmar. Before that, almost everyone holds 314 cards known as Amata National Citizenship Card by 1948 Citizenship Act of Burma. Now you see that Rohingya are rejected based on that ground, but non-Rohingya are admitted without discrimination. So the free and fair election is crucial for Myanmar people, which is our shell struggle for democracy and human rights. We are witnessing today that several government and international organizations are providing financial and technical assistance for Myanmar forthcoming election on November 8. Here, my recommendation for them is supporting Myanmar free and fair election is very important, but better use their resources to end the political disenfranchisement of Rohingya. So let me conclude my discussion by referring to a quote by Dawn San Suu Kyi. So I quote, the true measure of the justice of the system is the amount of protection it's granted to the wicked. But sadly, I could not find any empirical evidence in Myanmar to justify her saying. So thank you so much.
Right. Okay, Nikki. I mean, I don't know if this is a question you want to take because if if they're following what you've said. But the question was that has there been any change in the behavior of Myanmar Army and Buddhists in treating Rohingyas after the filing of the, the case by Gambia? And obviously what you have said, do you want to add anything? And is there an accountability mechanism for the Myanmar government?
Actually, I wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't see any kinds of improvement. But the problem is the political will by the NLD government is really weak. Is really nothing. So, but right now you see like the two Muslim candidates are listed by NLD to run the election. So it's like using the Muslim card, to for sure. I mean, not really changing the behavior. So when we look at the situation in Rakhine, I mean, so they are using a lot of resources, I mean, to host, I mean, working on the repatriation, but actually they are wasting money and resources, but nobody returns. So the problem is without consultation, consultation with the Rohingya community, how Rohingya will come back to Myanmar. So Myanmar government never listening to Rohingya community, what they need and what they want. So now wasting a lot of time and a lot of resources. And also military, I mean, right now NLD government's only interested in building a better relation with the military. So whatever military doing or have done, they are very likely to whitewash, not really, I mean, supporting for the not only Rohingya, but also every ethnic minority in Myanmar facing that kinds of similar situation.
Right. There's a question for Professor Ahmed. What do you think about the dilemma between self-defense mechanism and hands up? Sir?
So, I mean, I'm not very certain about the terminology of hands up, but
well, actually, there's a very long, there's a sharing by a student, Erasmus PhD student. So I didn't go into it. Perhaps you can check it out later. But yeah.
Okay. No, absolutely. I think the question was raised because I proposed responsibility to protect the clause to be invoked and establishment of a safe zone. So let me explain from that angle. So R2P actually is an international mechanism which was tested in Libyan crisis. If you might recall that there was a coalition of the willing, and they intervened in Libya and ousting actually the Muammar Gaddafi's regime, and so on and so forth. So what I'm suggesting here is that there is a protocol available with us which can be invoked to stop genocide and crimes against humanity. And if you go to the preamble of the R2P, you will find that this is specifically mentioned that in order to stop a genocide, this tool should and might be used if necessary. So in the case of Myanmar, and if you say that, okay, the state sovereignty to be, the prime and superior agenda to be, that is there, of course, that is there. But what I'm trying to say here is that state sovereignty, if it creates a genocide, whether that sovereignty should be honored in international forum at all, because in that case, the state's inherent capacity to self-defense might be compromised because of its perpetration of genocide. That is my line of argument. And finally, responsibility to protect is used only in the near history in the case of Libya, and we have not seen much. But let me end here by saying that if you read carefully the Genocide Convention of 1948, you will find in the first clause, it said that if genocide is observed, noticed, and if it is certain that it happened, member states, signing member states, has the obligation to stop. And then in the second article, it says what are the criteria to be genocide, the intention to destroy and so on and so forth. So my argument lies here. If you find a genocide happening, it must be stopped. And to my humble knowledge in international relations and peace and conflict, I don't see anything is left at this point in time other than an intervention to that extent. I don't want to sound militaristic in this point of view. There are several ways we can think about safe zone. And as I said, modalities and the model can be discussed later on. in a different ways. We have mentioned a little bit in our book chapter, if you're interested further. But what we see from our perspective, that it might be the only way to move forward, and also to set a precedent in the higher field.
But do you see this happening with the Russia and China and India position at the moment?
So yes,
Because
it is.
the UN has to get involved, isn't it?
Yes. So the point is, I mean, there are instances actually, if you go back for when the Suez crisis happened, actually the UN Security Council was bypassed and UN General Assembly was invoked. So there are protocols there, but I do see the difficult, exercise within the UN Security Council when Russia and China are the permanent members. But in the intervention, if that is why I am suggesting that can we think of a coalition of willings?
Right.
So there are instances in the recent past when whole UN Security Council was bypassed in terms of intervention for many others dubious reasons. And if we can intervene with dubious reasons, why not with a proper reason here? And we have a justified reason of genocide and saving millions of people, those who are in the verge of extinction. And we're talking about, you see, why we are so passionate about this cause, because we see this whole ethnocultural group will be extinct. There's less than 200,000 in Myanmar now, Rohingyas, and all of them are in IDPs. Not a single Rohingyas are living in their villages. All of them were evicted since 2012 riot, as you can recall. And this is why we are saying that time is running out, and more we procrastinate in terms of humanitarian discussions, that is there, but we don't see any fruitful outcome out of these humanitarian exercises. We need to build coalitions of willings so that China and others can be bypassed in terms of these things. Thank you.
Just a factual correction, Kausa, for you. There are 600,000 Rohingyas in Burma, Myanmar now. I think that's the figure that we heard also from our foreign secretary yesterday. There are many questions, and we only have another 17 minutes. And I was wondering if there is a question about media, and there are representatives from the media. So if the media friends have specific questions, I think to the panel, to our discussant, I'm happy to take it now, because and in the next 5 to 7 minutes. And as you put your question, I'll just share with the panelists, any one of you can take it, that they've been asking, the question is about how the media plays a negative role, just as the media can play a very positive role in taking this issue forward, and of the Rohingya. But we have seen, and especially the social media platforms. So does anyone want to talk about it? Kausar, Tunkin?
When you talk about media, but we need to look at two sides, and one is you mean social media or just as a whole international?
The question here is media, and then they have qualified that social media has been, especially Facebook, has been very negative.
When you talk about the media, for me, what I can see is internationally, Rohingya issue being all the time in media focus. We really appreciate the media work, internationally quite highlighted. That's how international focus is there. Unfortunately, there is no such action. As we talk, and there is no such action. We have not seen enough action, enough they have done internationally. But if you talk about Burma, anti-Rohingya campaign is there still. There are many government journals and government proxies. They have journals and others. They still doing many propagandas against Rohingya, hate speech. And if you talk about social media, Facebook cannot run away. There are in 2012 many hate speech against Rohingya, and when Central Burma, there are many hate speech against Muslim. That through Facebook there are many contribution from through Facebook. That's we can see. And inside Burma, still social media is really. Even let me tell you, just yesterday and the day before yesterday, they're talking about there are many COVID-19 patients increasing up actually in Rakhine State, Sittwe, and uh, other sides of the Arcana state. And what they are telling is these are all from Bengali, the illegal immigrant from them. We need to very careful, this Western door. We must, it's a lot of social media, those things are going on. Even government proxies, journalists, and medias are putting this a kind of COVID-19 anti-Rohingya campaign agenda. That's what they play.
Okay. And anyone else wants to speak about
I just want.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry. Yeah,
Sure.
I just want to jump in quickly here, just to share our humble experience dealing with social media here. I'm not talking about regular electronic and print media. So, in the very recent past, as you might be aware, we are running a series of webinars since May 2020. So, we organized 3 webinars, particularly on Rohingya crisis, and Dr. Imtiaz was one of the panelists in the one of the webinars. So, when we put it up in the Facebook, it twice it was rejected by the Facebook. So I know it's a huge platform, and who's doing what, who knows. But the point is, Facebook deliberately cannot take control of the hate speeches and cannot distinguish the proper content versus improper contents. And I don't know how to appeal to the Facebook because I've written a number of emails or communication to the Facebook headquarters, and which were never replied. But this is exactly happening now. Even in many cases, some of our presentations were not at all published in the Facebook page that we maintain regularly. And this is what is very important in today's world, that you can mobilize people if you talk about hate and extremism very quickly. And you have seen it in the case of USA in the recent past. And I do study on alt-right and white supremacist movement in North America. So it's not denying a fact that it is so easy nowadays to mobilize people, and Facebook really takes the lead in terms of propagating these kind of weird ideas online. Thank you.
Okay. Faryaz, yeah, Atik, do we have any questions from the media? Okay. I, as a moderator, have a question to all of you. I've been listening to your discussion, but I was also looking for some. Okay, we have a hand from Sharon Reyes. Yes, Netherlands. Before I place my question, can you please unmute him? Her, Sharon.
Okay. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm outside, so if there will be a loud speaking on my side, I'm outside.
Okay.
My question on this one to Professor Lam, do you think that UN is a failure for this Rohingya crisis?
Okay. I think there are many related questions. Thank you, Sharon. So who wants to take this? Kausar?
Sure. See, I don't want to lose hope on the UN, because that is the best bet we have in today's world. At least we can go and shout at the top of our voice, express our minds, and argue civilly. So from that perspective, I don't want to discard UN right from this moment. Yes, expectation wise, UN could have done better. There could have been discussion in the UN Security Council, and there could have been unanimous decision on genocide. These are expectations, but yes, reality wise, this never happened. Even our very close neighbor abstained from voting when it came into the Security Council in terms of denouncing genocide. But what I want to argue here is that UN itself faces several constraints in terms of dealing with nation states. as we all know about the nation states, its supreme case of sovereignty and others and things related to it. So I would say that let's try through UN, because we have protocols and we have established these organizations for decades, and let's see what can be done through them, not bypassing them. Thank you.
Okay, Professor Hosoda and Nikki Diamond, would you like to add anything at this point before I put my question on the UN or any? Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Raj. I think also the international cooperation is really important, and I think the UN continuously supports the Rohingya by promoting the amendment and the statements. However, you know, not every government, including Japan, support the UN initiative. So the civil society and including the media need to make some the pressure or to the government, as I told before. Thank you.
Nikki, do you want to say anything?
Actually, I see a lot of people frustration against UN because of the bureaucracy and the politics, and also the blockade at the UN Security Council to take action. So, but I mean, my idea is to never give up. So we have a lot of option. I mean, in 2017, as I mentioned, I mean. August, like this time at the time we literally think like we cannot find or seek any accountability for the Rohingya people. But right now, so like our brother Tonkin mentioned, the accountability mechanism have grown internationally. So for finding mission, the international the mechanism at the UN and also ICC and ICC also, yeah. So there are a lot of progress. There are a lot of progress. Yeah. So the only thing my understanding is that together we can make the justice happen for the persecuted minority, not only for the Rohingya but also in Myanmar. Other religious and ethnic minority have been suffer different level and different amount of human rights violation. So right now, people are interested in having a dialogue to this get. I mean, like I mentioned, the military is the only major and significant perpetrator in the country. So we need to be united and fight back, fight against the military perpetrator. So I think one day we will bring the justice for the people.
Okay.
I think I want to jump in here. For the long run, of course, Brother Nikki Diamond, what he mentioned is very good. Of course, not only for the Rohingya, other minorities in Burma, justice is needed. War crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide, which is the main person to my back. These are military commanders and others. They are in charge. They are doing that. But for the long run, as a genocide survivor and myself as a Rohingya, as we got contact from the camp, how many years this, because Burma is not willing for the they have no willingness to take back these people. On top of that, they are creating impossible situation for the Rohingyas. They are trying to get rid of 600,000 where Rohingyas are in Arkhana state right now. So I think Brother Kausar mentioned a kind of coalition is needed. We cannot depend for the long run, Security Council and others. Of course, Bangladesh government have given us a shelter, and with Bangladesh and other countries, if come up a kind of coalition, that will be a kind of a stronger momentum pressure will be moving forward. Thank you. This is just my comment.
We have a journalist from Prothomalo. Riaz, you wanted to ask a question? I'm running out of time. I have only 5 more minutes, so quickly place your question. And please don't repeat if it's already been shared or addressed. প্রথম আলো থেকে আপনি বলতে চেয়েছিলেন, আছেন আপনি? Itaz Riaz. Okay. Okay. Maybe we are having connectivity problem. There was one other issue. Sorry,
Haji
Deep.
Mainuddin, I think, wants to speak. Humayun, can you unmute Mainuddin, Khaja Mainuddin?
I've not seen him on chat. Anyway, okay, fine.
I cannot.
Yeah, he can speak. Go ahead. We can hear
Uh,
you.
can you hear me?
হ্যাঁ শোনা
Yeah, we
যাচ্ছে
can.
Acha,
বলেন
thank you. I represent the Financial Express newspaper. I closely follow the Rohingya issue and I also write on the Rohingya issues. My own understanding is the media coverage of the Rohingya issues is more or less okay in Bangladesh and worldwide. But yes, social media is a problem. For Facebook in particular, if you want to write to the Facebook or even to some extent Google, you have to be intellectually very, very correct, including the algorithm. So before complaining to the Facebook, you have to be technically and intellectually very sharp about raising the complaints. My second part of that's my question to anyone in the panel. Is it possible to raise the issue at the UN General Assembly, like that of the Korean War, the resolution called Uniting for Peace resolution? Professor Imtiaz can help it. Whether it is possible now to raise it at the General Assembly and create a binding obligation for Myanmar. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So any one of the panelists want to take this? You can speak in 30 seconds, 1 minute.
I will jump in here just to
Sure.
previously what I said. I think it is still very possible, and so far my understanding is that bringing a resolution in General Assembly with enough votes is well within the protocol of United Nations. And well, these are not done randomly, or I would say frequently as expected, because most of the security situations are directed towards UN Security Council. But in this case, I think it warrants a mobilization through the General Assembly because of the fact that UN Security Council is ineffective because of its veto members. So I do believe that this is still possible to get through the UN General Assembly and bring a resolution for intervention.
Okay. I think we want to end on a positive note. There's still many questions, so you must have generated a lot of, there was a lot of food for thought, and all the participants who've joined us have many questions to you. So it's in the chat box and it's been recorded, so we'll share with you. I think, as I was saying, that we need to end on a positive note that no one is going to come and give it to us on a platter. So it is about keeping the agenda on the global platform and pressurizing the global leadership. We know the global leadership is hardly accountable. And it's not just on the issue of the genocide of the Rohingya, but on many fronts. We see how they behave on climate justice and walking out of Paris Agreement, or Syria, Palestine. So what it really will take is a collaborated, coordinated effort where we need to be, make sure that there is a clout. Unfortunately, the Rohingya population spread all over the world doesn't probably have the clout. And if you've got only 20 Rohingyas in France, or so far 3,000 plus in Canada, there's still small population. So through this conference and our networking, if we can continue to keep coming together and make a concerted effort and keep the agenda and keep the protest going, then I think that's the only way, of course, led by the Rohingya. So we want to work with the Rohingya, and as we will proceed through the night and share the second declaration, which is an outcome of the different participants here and what we want to state to the rest of the world. I hope that we can take that as a working document and we can work to that. So that leaves me with only to thank all the panelists. It's been very interesting. I wish we had more time because I can see so many more questions and there was so much more to learn from all of you. Thank you to all the panelists and the discussant. And all those who are joining, who have joined us, stay with us. We will take a little break and then come back for the next session.
Thank you.
Over to you, Farhana.
Thank you very much, Farah.
My pleasure. Farhana, are
Thank
you
you,
there?
ma'am, for wonderfully conducting the session. Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll take a very short break just to prepare for the next panel, which is panel number 4, and the second panel of the day, which is on Rohingya Diaspora, Australia, India, Bangladesh, and Malaysia. Discussant for this panel is Professor Wakaruddin, Director General, Arakan Rohingya Union, Chairman and Founder, Burmese Rohingya Association, North America, Center for Genocide Studies, University of Dhaka. We'll start the panel very shortly. Over to you, Imtiaz, sir.
Are we going to start now, or we have a break of 10 minutes, isn't it?
So
We
10
can take a break for 10 minutes.
Yeah, we take a break for 10 minutes, relax, and then we come back.
Now we're heading towards our panel number 4, which is Rohingya Diaspora, Australia, India, Bangladesh, and Malaysia. Discussant for this panel is Professor Wakaruddin, Director General, Arakan Rohingya Union, Chairman and Founder, Burmese Rohingya Association of North America, moderated by Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed, Professor of International Relations and Director, Center for Genocide Studies, University of Dhaka. I would now like to request Professor Imtiaz Ahmed, sir, to conduct the session as the moderator. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Farhana. Well, we have, this is a little bit an exceptional panel because we have 4 speakers. So hopefully time-wise, we'll be able to finish it because we have another important session after the closing session where the Dhaka Declaration would be read out, and also we have 3 speakers in the closing session. So I don't want to take time at this stage. I just want to go straight to the speakers. We'll start with Mr. La Mint, the president of Rohingya Intellectual Community Association of Australia, and he's going to speak on sustainable solution for the crisis of the Rohingya people. Mr. Mint, 15 minutes, it's all yours.
Assalamu alaikum, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to first of all thank the University of Dhaka for inviting me to this well-organized and systematic and timely conference on international conference on the Rohingya crisis. We at Arakan Rohingya National Organizations would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and the government of Bangladesh for exhibiting deep compassion and rendering humanitarian assistance to our needy Rohingya people. In addition to that, we also welcome the Gambian government decisions to take our case to ICJ along with the support of OIC. We also highly appreciate the active advocacy and commendable diplomatic efforts of the government of Bangladesh and the government of Gambia to end the Rohingya genocide. We further appreciate the recent intervention that has been initiated at UN Human Rights Council by the Special Rapporteur on Myanmar regarding the increasing protections of the Rohingya people and the right of the Rohingya people to go to their homeland and to participate in the 2020 forthcoming election. In addition to that, since August 2017, there are about 340,000 Rohingya have been sustained gunshot wounds. 18,498 Rohingya women have been subjected to sexual assaults, and 114,000 Rohingyas have been severely tortured during these mass atrocities, when they were enduring this kind of mass atrocities. In addition to that, 115,000 Rohingyas properties, houses has been demolished, and 113,000 Rohingyas remaining properties like lands, any others assets were vandalized or confiscated by the authorities in Myanmar. So this is a very, very clear indication that the authorities in Myanmar have a very systematic aim and intention to get rid of Rohingya from our ancestral home, to which we have psychological, spiritual, and physical attachment. Despite the dramatic changes in Burma, particularly the political and dramatic transformation in Burma has enabled Aung San Suu Kyi to win a landslide elections, and she was able to assume her role as a state councillor in Myanmar. And despite that change, the situation of the Rohingya people remained the same as it was under the previous regime. There are about 600,000 Rohingyas still living in Myanmar. They're still subject and vulnerable to mass atrocity crimes. This is because of the persecutory policies towards the Rohingya people manifested and engineered by various successive regimes throughout the history. In addition, furthermore, despite the order of the International Court of Justice, Rohingyas are still subject to mass killings, lootings, and other atrocities. If you see, it is very sad to note that the racism in Burma is at the peak level. This is because the mainstream society in Burma don't dare to criticize the genocidal campaigns that's been undertaken against the Rohingya. They are of the view that if they were to support the Rohingya, they might have a less prospects to winning the elections, which is very close now. The the dates of the elections drawing very closer. So the most majority of the mainstream society, that includes both the oppositions and the government, plus the military regime in Burma, thinks that the only way to win the election is to scapegoat and vandalize and vilify the Rohingya as an ethnic outsider. The example of Aung San Suu Kyi is a very good one. Aung San Suu Kyi was once upon a time hailed as a democratic icon, and she, at the moment, instead of supporting the defenseless Rohingya people, she's echoing the narrative of her own government and the military regime, which is unacceptable as per the international standard. So therefore, Rohingyas are the victims of the mass atrocity crimes, and these mass atrocity crimes are genocides and crimes against humanity, and thus the international community does have a jurisdiction over these crimes. So it is now very outdated and obsolete to say the Rohingya issues and internal affairs of Burma, because the crimes that have been committed against the Rohingyas are international crimes. Therefore, international community has an obligation to provide a sustainable solution. In order to provide a sustainable solution for the Rohingyas, the government in Burma must initially recognize the citizenship and ethnic right of Rohingya people in Myanmar, and all the political and democratic transformation has to be inclusive, and Rohingya has to be part of it. In relation to the repatriation process, all the Rohingyas who live in Bangladesh must have a freedom to voluntarily repatriate to their home place of origin under the supervision of the United Nations. This is because the people both in Burma and in a refugee camp in Bangladesh have lost confidence on the competency and ability to seek protection from the local authority, including state and federal central level authorities in Myanmar. The Rohingya issue, again, Bangladesh is not only the country that has been bearing the burdens and consequences of the Rohingya crisis. It's not only limited to Bangladesh. There have been some spillover effects in neighboring countries like Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia. As you can see, particularly these ASEAN nations are receiving a large influx of refugees. On the other hand, although they have a very strong willing to provide reach out some kind of solutions, however, given that they have a very strong tacit law that which is we call the virtue of non-interference in internal affairs of ASEAN member states, became an obstacle for ASEAN governments, nation states to provide a durable and sustainable solution for the plight of Rohingya people. However, therefore, as you see, if one can make a very good argument that if the principles of responsibility to protect cannot be efficiently and effectively implemented within the framework of ASEAN policy. However, if ASEAN wants to improve and enhance its human rights images, particularly with respect to the Rohingya issue in Myanmar, it is in their best interest to ignore the non-interference article of ASEAN framework. For example, the former Prime Minister of Malaysia has once indicated that it is high time for the Malaysian authorities to ignore the non-interference article. This is because the explicit marginalization and prosecution that has been systematically applied against the Rohingya people cannot be ignored. And it is high time for ASEAN to expand Burma from its association if it continues to commit mass atrocity crimes against the Rohingya people. In addition to that, if we go to the wider international community, I think wider international community that includes the UN is still facing significant challenges from its own Security Council, because the Security Council at the moment, when it's come to provide binding resolution, is paralyzed due to the potential veto threats from Russia and China. So Russia and China, there are only some handful number of statements that has been issued by the Security Councils in relation to the Rohingya genocide. That was one in 6th of November, 2017. It was a presidential statement. It said the government of Myanmar had the responsibility to protect all population, including the Rohingya population. But however, there are lots of countries, lots of international organizations that have responded in various forms in relation to the in regard to addressing the issues of the Rohingya crisis in Myanmar. Namely, the European Union has imposed army embargo against the Burmese government, and also specifically imposed some targeted sanctions against 14 individuals, while Australia, Canada, United States, UK has specifically targeted some senior military officials. On the other hand, Germany in May 2020 has announced that it's suspending its cooperations with Myanmar. And on top of that, there are some parliaments in the Parliament of Netherlands and Canada has accepted the fact that the crimes that have been committed against the Rohingyas is a genocide, and therefore it's incumbent upon those international community to provide protection, and international community does have a responsibility to protect the Rohingya. On top of that, the Human Rights Council formed an international investigative mechanism in order to further investigate for the mass atrocity crime that committed against the Rohingya in 2018. There was an independent investigative mechanism was formed to collect, consolidate, preserve, and analyze the evidence of the most serious international crimes and violation of international law committed against Rohingya and other ethnic minorities in Burma. This mechanism became operational in August 2019. Our current Rohingya national organizations did make a file against Burma at ICC with the support of my very good friend, the Honorable Gareth Evans, the former Australian Foreign Minister, and also the architect of Responsibility to Protect norm. As a result of that, on 14 November 2019, the Chamber of the International Criminal Court authorized the chief prosecutor to proceed an investigation against the crimes against humanity that have occurred committed against the Rohingya people due to the forced deportations between Bangladesh and Myanmar border. So there's an ICC case. On top of that, what we would like to echo that there also has been 2 separate cases that has been filed in Australia and Argentina under the principle of universal jurisdiction, urging the prosecution of senior government officials for their role in perpetrating genocide and crimes against humanity against the defenders of Rohingya people. So the point that, in addition to that, we as an organization, we have also participated in the Universal Periodic Review of Burmese performance at the UN, and we echoed that Burmese government should immediately dismantle the apartheid rules against the Rohingya people. And not only that, they also actively participate to provide a harmonious atmosphere amongst the 2 sisterly communities between Rakhine and Rohingya community in Rakhine State by providing reconciliation easing the tensions within the Rakhine State. In order to provide a sustainable solution, the international community should undertake the following step immediately. Should consider the Rohingya issue is not an internal affair any longer. Rohingya issue is an international issue concern, and it has to be resolved swiftly and immediately under the provision of responsibility to protect, because Rohingyas are the victims of the mass atrocity crimes, and the regional actors, neighboring countries should take a precedence over the Rohingya human rights issue, and take a precedence of the Rohingya human rights issue over its economic benefits with Burma, so as they can provide safety, security, peace, and stability in the region. The second, international community must ensure that the orders that have been issued by ICJ should have to be implemented so as they can provide protections to Rohingyas, particularly the provisional measure that was issued in January 2019 has to be implemented without any delay. Third, the crimes that have been perpetrated against the Rohingya has to be called by its name, because it is crystal clear, as per the independent experts and authorities, that what happens against the Rohingya people are a textbook example of genocides and crimes against humanity. And fourth, the international community must provide a credible accountability process so that victims see the justice served, and cycle of violence must be stopped. All the perpetrators must be brought into justice. In addition to that, we also strongly encourage the South African style, what you call truth and reconciliation mechanism, so as all the Rohingyas can participate participate without the limitation of the jurisdiction and time space. Number 5, the international community should specifically target a very sanctions against the Rohingya, very comprehensive sanctions against the government in Burma, so as it can enforce their behavior to change towards the Rohingya people. So particularly, the trade's preference must be linked to clear condition of human rights, and there has to be some tangible progress on the ground where on the ground where the Rohingya people are getting where it's affecting the Rohingya people. Number 6, international community must support the government of Bangladesh, so as Bangladesh government can provide increased support to the needy refugees who are living in refugee camps, so that they can meet their basic needs from all aspects of their life, including the community development and their humanitarian needs. Number 7, all the Rohingyas who have been confined in concentration camp must be rehabilitated and reintegrated to their place of origin. And they must have a right to redress to the properties that they have lost during the course of during the era and during the encounter they have faced throughout the exodus and the genocidal encounter that they have faced in 2017, and it's still ongoing. And number 8, the government of Myanmar must provide unlimited access to all the humanitarian actors on the ground, so that they can provide humanitarian system to all needy civilians both in Rakhine State, in Northern Rakhine State, and in addition to that, Burmese government also must provide access to international media, observers, and right groups in Rakhine State. And final point, I'm a strong supporter of defending the oppressed people who are the victims of mass atrocity crimes, and mass atrocity crimes of the international does fall under the purview of international jurisdiction. And we know that our good friend in the previous session, Ted, in the previous session advised that R2P was initiated by the Canadian government. However, the person who designed R2P, responsibility to product, is former Australian Foreign Minister Gareth Evans. We closely have a very close cooperations in relation to how we can frame the Rohingya issue within the R2P umbrella. So I really, once again, would like to express my highest appreciation for providing me an opportunity to echo the voice of my oppressed Rohingya people. Thank you very much. May God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Mint, for giving us an understanding of what is happening in Australia, and also your position as to how the Rohingya crisis can be resolved. The second speaker we have in this panel is Professor Shobboshachi Boshu Rai Chaudhary from Kolkata, Rabindra Bharati University, Department of Political Science. And he's going to speak. Well, I took the liberty of giving the heading, actually, The Invisible Life and Times of the Rohingyas in India, taking a line from his abstract. Shobboshachi, it's all yours.
Thank you, Professor Ahmed. Thank you very much. And hello to everyone. And before I begin, let me thank Professor Imtiaz Ahmed, my old good friend, who is also the director, Center for Genocide Studies, University of Dhaka, for giving me this opportunity to participate and share my views on the Rohingya diaspora in India in this e-conference on international e-conference on connecting the Rohingya diaspora, highlighting the global displacement, which is being jointly organized by the Center for Peace and Justice, BRAC University, and Action Aid Bangladesh. Some of you may know that I have had the opportunity of co-editing a book entitled Rohingya in South Asia, The People Without a State, that was published in 2018 by Routledge. The main purpose of that book was to uh, capture, among other things, the precarity of Rohingya diaspora in India, as there was no major publication till then on the Rohingya in India. And I also had the opportunity to quote Mr. La Mint, my previous speaker. So I'm very happy to be on the same panel with Mr. La Mint. The number of refugees, the Rohingya refugees taking shelter in India is in no way comparable to that who have taken shelter in Bangladesh or many other neighboring countries of Burma. Enumeration of the Rohingya in India, it is also quite difficult. And given the large number of unregistered refugees and stateless people in India. But there are many guesstimates. And according to one such estimate, the number of families settled in different states of India was 10,565 a couple of years back. And these families were spread all over the country in somewhat this manner. In Jammu and Kashmir, it was the highest, about 7,000 families. In Telangana, it is close to 2,000 families. In Delhi, about 800 families. In Haryana, 700 families. In West Bengal, about 400 families. In Rajasthan, about 150 families. In Uttar Pradesh, 100 plus families. In Punjab, about 50 families. In Maharashtra, 12. And even in the distant Andaman and Nicobar Islands, 3 families, according to this estimate. And India's Minister of State for Home Affairs, Mr. Kiran Rijiju, informed the Lok Sabha a couple of years back, the lower house of the Indian Parliament, that there were about 14,000 Rohingya in India living illegally, I quote him. So if one goes by various available figures, the number of Rohingya in India could be somewhere in between 40 to 50,000 today, and only 18,914 Rohingya registered with the office of the UNHCR. Now, since 2012, after the incidents of ethnic cleansing inside Burma, these refugees began arriving in India, fleeing brutal persecution by the armed forces of Myanmar. During the initial stage of eviction from their ancestral homes in Myanmar, the Rohingyas were not entering into India in large numbers. When all the doors in the region seemed to shut on them, and when by 2013 Bangladesh was overflowing with refugees from Burma, some of these refugees looked for the other entry points along the India-Myanmar border and India-Myanmar-Bangladesh tri-junction. Some of the Rohingya also sneaked into India through the porous border between Bangladesh and West Bengal, which is a Bengali-speaking bordering state of India. The Rohingya flocked to India with the hope of better livelihood and shelter as refugees, who could enter the country, started looking for jobs and settled wherever they got a source of income. Although many of them entered into India through India's east and northeast through various routes, they avoided staying near the borders of Myanmar and gradually spread over different states of India, as I said just now. And many of the refugees, started living in makeshift slums, and most of them are women and children, and many of these children are again have lost one or both their parents. Now, as the government of India bars Rohingya from building permanent structures, they are compelled to either renting dirt patches in remote settlements and constructing jhuggies or slum-like shanties. And these slum dwellers typically face the greatest hardships, as most work in rack picking or waste collection or other irregular, poorly paid labor. Rack picking in particular, I would argue, perhaps the most common occupation among India's Rohingya, poses serious health risks, as constantly handling and living amidst waste causes workers to frequently contract innumerable difficulties, while dire sanitation conditions further exacerbate widespread illness among them. In the squalid settlement of Faridabad in Nu in Haryana, for instance, 180 refugees, all working as rack pickers, have no latrine in the entire camp. At a Rohingya refugee camp located in South Delhi's Kalindi Kunj locality, the inmates have to reside in shabby shanties loosely pulled together with discarded materials and a constant stink from an open drain tells their wretched story. Now, how do they survive? The young volunteers of the Rohingya Human Rights Initiative, belonging to the refugee community, are trying their best, for instance, to cater to the needs of the refugees in times of COVID-19 pandemic-induced lockdown across India. This group has been able to distribute food packets to Rohingya refugee families in Jammu, Delhi, Nu in Haryana, and different parts of Hyderabad. Similarly, in Delhi's Khajuri Khas, the new trade union initiative, another NGO, has come forward with funds for food and rations. In Punjab's Dera Bassi, about 80 families of Rohingya refugees who worked in the local slaughterhouses, most of which were or are shut now during lockdown, are being looked after by a local peasants organization. The Salama Trust of Hyderabad, a Delhi-based NGO, and several individuals from across the country have contributed generously to the Rohingya Human Rights Initiative. In addition, rations have been distributed in some camps by the UNHCR and its partner NGOs. Now, in the times of pandemic, even the Delhi governments, which is a provincial government, their alternative livelihood assistance of Indian rupees 5,000 or about 70 US dollars for migrant workers did not include the Rohingya, who are viewed, as I said earlier, as illegal immigrants. While everyone in India is scared of being infected by the virus and are taking precautions like maintaining physical distance, wearing face mask, and washing hands and feet with soap frequently, it is important to remember that in the densely packed refugee camps, the options for physical distancing or self-isolation are quite remote, with many refugees living in cramped conditions of the makeshift camps. For them, soap is a luxury, let alone buying face masks or a sanitizer. One of the Rohingya refugees told me, quote, I quote, only a few families have soaps in our slum, while most of them can't afford to buy one, unquote. He also pointed out that while the local municipal workers sprayed disinfectants in nearby residential areas, they did not do so in the slums inhabited by the Rohingya. Now, even after 8 years, these refugees are still struggling to find a stable life and a regular source of income. For instance, a widow living with her 4 children earlier told me, I quote, my employer said, since I am a refugee and do not hold any legal document, he can get into trouble for hiring me. He terminated me after I worked for 6 long years. And she was earning about Indian rupees 7,500 or about $100 US dollars approximately per month as a domestic help. She also added, while we do not have legal access to any basic facilities in India, but we have lived safely here. Our lives were not threatened and our women remained safe. This situation was better for them than living in Myanmar. We prefer to die than be deported to Myanmar. Now, most of the refugees, they're in similar conditions, and if we look at their their condition of their educational opportunities, the situation is like that. We can come to that later during Q&A session if there is any question. Now, we shall now focus on the question of deportation of Rohingya, which is a major issue now in India. On 4th October 2018, India deported for the first time 7 Rohingya men from a detention center in Assam to their home country of Myanmar, from where they had fled around 6 years ago. This was the first official deportation of Rohingya, and the Supreme Court of India refused to interfere in the matter after it was convinced by the initial prima facie arguments of the Union government that Myanmar had accepted the refugees as citizens and had agreed to take them back. Again, in January 2019, India sparked panic among the long-suffering Rohingya refugee population by deporting a family of 5 to Myanmar. So far, 12 have been deported. The fact remains that the Burmese government has issued them with national verification cards, all of us know, a document that its government describes as the first step towards applying for citizenship. But these cards will not bring the refugees citizenship, as the Rohingya community is not enlisted as a national race in the country's Citizenship Act. We know that under the 1982 Citizenship Act, being listed as a national race is a precondition for citizenship. And we all know also that Myanmar has a list of 135 national races that was meticulously prepared during the drafting of the Country's Citizenship Act implemented in 1982. Now, earlier on 8th of August 2017, the Union Ministry of Home Affairs wrote to the chief secretaries of all the provinces in India, flagging the alleged surge of what it called, quote unquote, illegal immigrants in India and, I quote, grave security challenge they posed. The letter advised all the provincial governments, I quote, to sensitize all the law enforcement and intelligence agencies for taking prompt steps in identifying the illegal immigrants and initiate the deportation processes expeditiously and without delay. And Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Home Affairs had clearly stated that the center regarded what he called infiltration of Myanmar Rohingya into the Indian territory as a burden on the limited resources of the country, one that aggravated the security challenges India was already facing. And the government of India also filed an affidavit in the Supreme Court on 18 September 2017 stating that it had authentic material that Rohingya had links to the Islamic State and the Pakistan-based terrorist organization. Now, if we briefly look at some of the legal mechanisms and case laws in India, asylum seeking in India is a tricky thing, as the country is not a signatory to the UN Refugee Convention 1951 or its 1967 protocol. All foreigners are subject to the Foreigners Act 1946, which does not distinguish between tourists, economic migrants, and refugees. The government deals with asylum seekers on a case-to-case basis, and there are currently, we have to remember, more than 100,000 Tibetans and another more than 100,000 Sri Lankan Tamils living in India officially as refugees, thousands of others from itself. And this is why many are amazed that the Rohingya are being singled out, more so because even as India tries to evict the Rohingya, it is naturalizing the Tibetans born in India between 1950 and 1987. The fact is that the government of India has stated that its decision to deport Rohingya concerns the state of security, as I mentioned. And many people do not see any conflict between protecting refugees and meeting security goals, though. They argue that registration and refugee status determination actually helps the government know who is on their territory. In other words, viewing all refugees as security threats also puts at risk the most vulnerable refugees, such as children and women. Moreover, it is also argued that even if some Rohingya are indeed found to have terror links, it may not be justifiable to stigmatize an entire community as potential terrorists. It may be recalled that India opened its arms to the ethnic Tamils fleeing Sri Lanka in the civil war in the 1980s and 1990s, despite the terror campaign of the rebel LTT or Liberation Tigers of Tamil Nadu. Now, as I said, that India is not a signatory to the 51 Convention or 67 Protocol, and everything is being administered by Foreigners Act of 1946 and the Passport Entry into India Act 1920. The Foreigners Act, as I said, views undocumented physical presence of a foreigner in India as a crime. It also empowers the government to detain a foreigner living illegally in the country till that person is deported. In spite of that, India has always been, this is also interesting to note, been accommodative to refugees on humanitarian grounds, as was evident during the Tibet crisis of 1959, Liberation War of Bangladesh in 1971, and civil wars in Sri Lanka and Afghanistan, where India provided shelter and protection to millions of refugees, irrespective of their religious or ethnic identities. Over and above, the principle of non-refoulement forbids a country from sending back the asylum seekers or refugees to a country where they face persecution, and this is considered to be binding on all countries, irrespective of not being a signatory to the 51 Refugee Convention. Now, please take note of the situation that various Indian high courts earlier stayed the deportation of proceedings, invoking humanitarian grounds. Article 51, paragraph C of the Constitution of India mandates that the state shall endeavor to foster respect for international law and treaty obligations in the dealings of organized people with one another. Apart from the 51 Convention, we should also remember that there are other human rights and humanitarian instruments to which India is a party, which prescribe refoulement and influence the treatment of refugees, like Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Treatment of Punishment 1984, the Genocide Convention, which was being referred to earlier, of 1948, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights 66, Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women 1979, International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights 66, Convention on the Rights of Child 1989, and most importantly, the UDHR, Universal Declaration of Human Rights 1948. It is also interesting to note that in Louis D. Wright versus Union of India case, the Honorable Supreme Court of India earlier held that the right to life under Article 21 of the Constitution of India is available to citizens and non-citizens alike. Further, in the National Human Rights Commission versus State of Arunachal Pradesh of 1996, in this case also, it was held by the Supreme Court that every person is entitled to equality before the law under equal protection of laws principle, and that the state is bound to protect the life and liberty of every human being, be she or he a citizen or otherwise. In Qatar Abbas Habib Al Katafi and others versus Union of India and others, 1999 case, the Honorable High Court of Gujarat dealt extensively with this aspect and understood inter alia the following principle for enforcement of humanitarian law, that the international covenants and treaties which effectuate the fundamental rights guaranteed in our constitution can be relied upon by the courts as facets of those fundamental rights and can be enforced as such. I conclude now. I would say, in conclusion, that the post colonial states of South Asia mostly retained many of the draconian laws of the late colonial period and laced them with new laws and regulations, thus leading to a greater dispossession of people of homes, generating widespread situation of unfreedom and creating countless refugees, stateless persons, and even migrants on the whole, forced to survive in sites of precarious life without any right to have rights. I mean, as Hannah Arendt pointed out. Whereas citizenship of a new nation was supposed to ensure the rights and privileges of the people inhabiting a territorial space demarcated by political boundaries, citizenship laws in post-colonial South Asia have largely, and this is also true for the countries of Southeast Asia to some extent, have largely been based on the criteria of religion, ethnicity, and gender, thereby turning into contractions in the newer politics of dispossession. On the other hand, when the contemporary world has been witnessing mixed and massive flows of population in different parts of the world, refugees, asylum seekers, stateless population, and undocumented migrants, all are moving together for their survival, either for life or for livelihood. In such a situation, it may be difficult to categorize the forcibly displaced or voluntarily migrating people. Under such circumstances, even the refugees and stateless people like the Rohingya are deprived of their basic right to life and shelter. Over and above, the growing securitization of the refugees and stateless people has by and large made them more vulnerable all over the world. Therefore, providing them refuge turns into a difficult choice between national security and compassion. The precarity and unfreedom of almost invisible Rohingya in India can partially be explained from this perspective. In the post colonial societies of South Asia, I would add, biopolitics based on biopower, a power that exerts a positive influence on life, that endeavors to administer, optimize, and multiply it, subjecting it to precise controls and comprehensive regulations, is blended dialectically with necropolitics. In the present neoliberal times of insecurity, when the self is being defined more and more by the perpetual hatred of others, probably we are all witness to an unprecedented form of biopolitical governmentality. In the post colonial societies of South Asia, in a continuous process of inclusion and exclusion, an increasingly authoritarian politics tends to govern through economic rather than social terms. In this biopolitical governmentality, necropower, or the technologies of control through which life is strategically subjugated to the power of death operate significantly in collaboration with technologies of discipline and the power to make live. In his 2003 article Necropolitics, Akhil Bembe theorized the enactment of sovereignty in cases where the generalized instrumentalization of human existence and the material destruction of human bodies and populations is the central project of power rather than autonomy. Now we are witnessing totalizing forms of domination over human lives within a given space, and one that is endlessly shifting. This might be viewed as a biopolitical social disposability in neoliberal times of insecurity, and Rohingya, they are no exception to that. Before I conclude, I am reminded of the following lines from Refugee Blues by W.H. Auden, whereby he captured the emotions that a refugee experiences. Say, this city has a million souls. Some live in mansions, some live in holes. Yet, there is no place for us, my dear. There is no place for us. Once we had a country and we thought it fair. Look in the atlas and we'll find it there. We cannot go there now. My dear, we cannot go there now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Shobhosachi. By bringing one dimension, which I believe, I'm not sure whether Myanmar scholars are listening to this platform, but I guess since they are into reproducing a modern state, um, I hope they would listen to some of the categories that Professor Shobhosachi was raising, so as to understand that they need to work hard actually if they want to build a morally justifiable state. Otherwise, it looks that their beginning, it seems to be so messy that I guess in the coming years it's going to be messier. We'll come back to some of this. I'd like to make a slight change. I want to keep Bangladesh at the last and bring Malaysia in. So let's have Dr. Kazi Fahmida Farzana. She is senior lecturer, University of Uttara, Malaysia. And, you know, Farzana, you have 15 minutes, and then we'll come to Bangladesh presentation. Farzana, it's all yours. Your sound is still, you're muted.
Is that working
Yeah,
now?
it's now it's okay. It's okay now.
Now?
Yeah, it's okay now.
It's okay now?
Yeah, it's okay now. It's okay now. We can hear
So,
you.
okay, so thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm happy to be part of this, honored to be part. For my part, I would like to talk about Rohingya diaspora in Malaysia. Let's start the presentation. Humayun, can we go to the slide? Humayun, let's go to the next slide. Yes, thank you. So the Rohingya diaspora in Malaysia are the people from home inside Myanmar and currently stuck in a stateless predicament. They came in waves of arrivals in the 1980s, 90s, 2004, 2012, 2015, 2017, and continue to come till today. Number is in here. As of April 2020, the Rohingya substantial number of 101,280 population, 6% of the total refugee and asylum seekers in Malaysia. There is another estimated 30,000 to 40,000 Rohingya who remains undocumented, and according to the refugees, they arrived in Malaya basically following two routes: by boats and land route by crossing the border into and from there into Malaysia, as map shows. Malaysia, unlike many other countries, does not confine the refugees into any particular countries, rather allows them to remain among the local in urban and rural settings. This policy allows refugees to remain scattered and in. Let's move on to the next slide. We see there is literature when it comes to Rohingya refugees in Malaysia. It's mostly on Myanmar and Bangladesh. There are few valuable works have been conducted in clinical studies from the mental health and psychological perspective. And I have mentioned the name. And a small number of academic work focused on security, children's education, human rights issues. For this particular paper, a drawing from ethnography, we will highlight the economic and political life based on the refugee. Let's move on to the next slide, please. Yes, so the data for ethnographic research is from fieldwork conducted in Malaysia from 29 until June 2020. So that we have just completed the fieldwork and we are in process of data. The location of this field study were 4 different states of Peninsular Malaysia, namely Kuala Lumpur, Kedah, Perlis. We selected Kuala Lumpur and Penang as a Rohingya refugee, mostly concentrating in this major city and state, respectively. Likewise, since are the border states of Malaysia with Thailand, land route mostly enter into Malaysia through these 2 states. As for the host community, respondents came from various states of Peninsular Malaysia. We conducted a total of 60 in-depth interviews with the refugee population, record their narratives, oral history in Malaysia. All were translated into English from the Rohingya language. We also did in-depth interviews with 40 local Malaysians as an Indian to understand their perspective on the Rohingya refugees. These local interviews were translated into English from various languages. Other than interviews, we also conducted discussion with the refugees as well as the host community. Let's move on to the next slide. In terms of national attitude and policy towards refugees, you know that Malaysia is not signatory to the convention or its protocol, but so far the country has and provided temporary shelters to different refugees, including the Rohingyas. Rohingyas are coming to Malaysia quite a few decades, but there is no legal framework or protection mechanism in Malaysia to deal with the refugees. Refugees do not have long-term permits. Documented refugees are not documented migrants, being considered illegal and prohibited under the Immigration Act. So there is undeterminate and they are susceptible to discretionary harassment, detention, and deportation. This group, the Rohingya refugee group, are even because of their statelessness situation as they get a chance to return and repatriate. Next slide. If we look at the government attempts so far, there were few times the government made some, but those were not implemented. For example, in 2000, there was an attempt to give refugees a temporary resident permit that was halted after 17 days. In the Ministry of Home Affairs, in cooperation with the UN Immigration, announced that government would issue a permit to the refugees. It was also never implemented. One project was handled in 2016. The Ministry of Home Affairs announced a pilot project, 300 registered Rohingya refugees, plantation and manufacturing sector, but this was a failed project because that did not take into refugee situation. So ultimately, very low take-up rates among the refugees. So few things to highlight. Let's move on to the next slide. We would like to talk about the host community's perception about the Rohingya refugees. So, attitude of the government of Malaysia to see the Rohingya illegal immigrant and not having any legal or administrative with the refugees has also reflected in the host community's perspective to their perception behind Rohingya refugees coming to Malaysia. Although a majority of respondents, 29 out of 40, from the host that they believe the Rohingya refugees are in Malaysia to find shelter, to save their lives, to escape genocide in Myanmar. Yet, a significant number of respondents, 19, believe that refugees are just like other economic workers. Furthermore, the vast majority of the host, that is 60%, appears to hold negative about the impacts of the Rohingya presence in the country. Showed concern over the increasing number of refugees in. However, about 22% indicate that refugees are not adversely society, rather they are contributing to the society by working. sector. And 12.5% respondents have supported both yes, light that refugees are contributing, but time adversely impacting the society. From the interview, on that the host community often consider Rohingya refugees a threat, a reason for local employment, crime and social problems, a reason for environmental problems and disease. Some of them fear that the refugees may want to stay permanently, and others believe that the refugees are damaging image of the country. Besides, when asked the host community's perception to the Rohingya crisis, majority of our respondents mentioned that is in Myanmar from where the refugees came in the first place. Refugees should be sent back to Myanmar as soon as the situation. So another group of respondents highlighted that Malaysian government should or restrict the number of refugees in the country. A series of accounts came from the refugees, highlighting multiple challenges and marginalization in Malaysia. On to the next slide, please. Excuse me. So, our refugee respondents mentioned not to have access to formal work opportunities. Others mentioned no access to formal education for children and no access to public hospital without their card. Many of them mentioned their vulnerability to exploitation by the locals and authorities, where others mentioned vulnerability to arrest and detention by the law enforcement authority, some fear of forced punishment and harassment, and a small number of refugees did not experience in Malaysia either because they are very new or for the fear that speaking frankly about their life would expose them to the authorities. What this means is that the Rohingya refugees and challenges did not end in their exile life in Malaysia. Okay, and this has been highlighted through different from the refugees, for example, suffering all the time, no respect for Rohingya in Malaysia. We are impoverished in local term. They say orang miskin. The illiterate in local term, they say, indicating their feelings of unworthiness, their hopelessness, living in Malaysia. To the next slide, please. So other challenges, the Rohingya society itself has their different sorts of challenges, lack of leadership among the Rohingya community in Malaysia. So the government has tolerated the community to have some community-based organizations, and they are mostly located in Kuala Lumpur. To them, Rohingya Society Malaysia, for example, Rohingya Network, Rohingya Arakanese Refugee Myanmar Ethnic Rohingya Human Rights Organization in Malaysia, some, and there are more. Sometimes unfounded allegations against community organizations and spark outreach on Malaysian social media platforms. Indicate that the marginal status has aggravated by many different types of social political factors in Malaysia. Let's move on to the next slide, please. So the question is, how are they coping with all this? We would like to argue that it's important to understand their invisibility. The community remains, although they are, working within among the society and informal sector. So when it comes to it has many varied aspects, ideologically invisible to absence, hidden and unseen, as the refugees, although they're hidden, but they're working there. Social, excuse me, specific unprivileged social groups like Rohingyas, their status has been more worsened by different circumstances. Let's move on to the next slide. Yes. So looked into informal form of We would like to say that in so true in the case of Rohingyas, they are also involved in types of informal or non-conventional regions. One of their weakness, one of their weapons. People like James Scott mentioned in his book "Weapons of the Weak." Weapons of the so we would like to imply these Rohingya. Let's move on to the next slide, please. Where let's move on. So here we would like to highlight that Rohingya refugees try to adjust with their distressful refugee life in Malaysia by doing certain things. One of it, their attachment to God. So exists largely overlooked religion as a means of formal. We would like to go back and see, and we found the way the refugees practice, they pay attention to the meaning of what they read, whether it is Quran or what they listen, like all these things give them a psychological shelter of peace. So their purpose that they get by having a attachment to God. So we would like to say one way they are coping with the society stress they have. And in the next slide, let's move on to the next slide. Another way they are coping is social life. They no, the slide before where the song, the slide before. Yeah, right. So another way of coping is through their songs. No need to play it now. Allow me. So this is a song produced the Rohingya, one of the refugees living in Malaysia. 50 daily laborer, a caretaker in a local surau in Changlun, Kedah. And the context of this song is Malaysia, where the refugees are missing their homeland, talk about their belongingness, and sharing it through songs. I just would like to highlight what, when asked Hashimura how he singing the song, he said, I embraced the tarana. Tarana is the song. Momentarily, I did not exist here. The wind in my country as if I'm breathing the air again. Every time I close the image of my homeland, village, my relatives. So you can see going through the poem or the songs, Tara, you can see that such feelings has been expressed through this. They share this Tarana through social platform, and they create connections among the diaspora and their root in Myanmar. The last slide, well, working on the last slide, we're still working on the conclusion. So our conclusion is not final yet. To share points, we would like to argue that Malaysia needs mechanism and our process that would help formalize a work program for Rohingya refugees in the country. Because this is the last slide. Can you go to the last slide, please? Excuse me. So if we have a mechanism, formalized work program for the Rohingya refugees, it will lessen the burden of the whole community, the condition for the refugees to return and repatriation, refugee self-reliance. This should actually assist in better social cohesion between and locals. This is one point. And that the ordinary Rohingya refugees are involved in many different types of resistance, whether it is attachment to God, or whether this is through coping strategies like expressing through or learning a new language, like learning Asian local language, Malay, and all these things. These are strategies, and we would like to highlight that strategies in informal resistance is very important in a community like this, and shows that they are less or invisible. So from the refugee part, they are, if we can pay attention, we can learn about them. Thank you very much for attention. I hope I managed time.
Thank you, Rosanna. Yeah, we had a little bit of glitch with the sound, but since you were using slides, hopefully people understood your contention. We'll come back to you during the Q&A. The final paper is from Muhammad Badiou Zaman, and he's a research coordinator of CPJ BRAC University. And I deliberately kept last hope Buddhism in mind, mainly because it is Bangladesh. So let's listen to Mr. Buddhizaman and the issue of the state of the Rohingya diaspora in Bangladesh. Buddhizaman, 15 minutes, it's all yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the time and everything. Can you hear me? And
yes, we can hear you.
Can you see my
we can see your
slide as well?
We can see your slide. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So, thank you all programs who invited me to present our research over here. So this is the first thing, and then and also there are other panelist speakers, the panel discussion, and the distinguished participants. Thank you for your time and welcome to my presentation. So my topic of my presentation is the status of the Rohingya diaspora in Bangladesh. And mainly my presentation will cover two parts. The first one is the current status and profile of Rohingya population in Bangladesh. And on the second part, I will focus on the emerging self-help groups and networks built by the Rohingyas in Bangladesh. So as you know, the history of Rohingya influx in Bangladesh is not very recent. It started late 80s, and the second wave of the influx in early 2000, so 1991 and 92. And in both the incident, we have also experienced some repatriation, not fully, but most of them are repatriated to Myanmar. But since 2016 or 17, Bangladesh is hosted nearly about 1,860,000 Rohingya population in Bangladesh. And at the moment, actually, Bangladesh government is not recognizing this Rohingya population as a refugee. Rather, they are referred as forcibly displaced Myanmar nationals by the government of Bangladesh. This is important to take note of it. And all of you know, actually, the Rohingya population is very much concentrated in Cox's Bazar and two sub-districts, actually, Okhia and Teknaf. You can see it in the map. They are living in the camps, and which are one of the largest refugee camp in the world and densely populated as well. So if I look at the profile of Rohingya population, if you can see the women and girls constitute the more than half of the total population. They constitute 51%. And among the whole population, around 400,000, which is almost 50% of the population, are children. And if you look at the place of origin from where this Rohingya population arrived in Bangladesh, they are all from Rakhine state, but mostly from the Mongodu township, and followed by another 33% from Butidong and 4% from Rothedong. And very few is from other parts of the Myanmar, and also some of the current population actually were born in Bangladesh who came here in Bangladesh in early 90s. In terms of education, if I look at these, then at the household level, we have seen 18% household do not have any member who has attended an academic school. And another 3% household have a member who passed Myanmar high school matriculation exam. So this is one of the strengths. So at least very minimum, 3% household has a member who has a secondary certificate, kind of secondary level of education. And another 3% household have a member who attended at least 1 year of university education. So this constitutes 6% of household who has at least one member who has minimum matriculation level of education. And there is a huge concentration on religious education. 88% of households have one or more members who receive religious education. And at the moment in the camp for providing education to the children, we have 6,000 education facilities, including the learning centers and child-friendly space for 325,000 children in the camp. And in these education facilities, actually Rohingya volunteer teachers are very much involved who has at least matriculation level of education. Then we are just focusing on their hardship in terms of mobility and family separation of Rohingya population over here. What we have seen, 29% of households have one or more immediate family members remaining in Myanmar. So at least 1/3, we can say nearly 1/3 of the households have connection to Myanmar in terms of having their immediate family members. While 53% of other households have an immediate family members in Myanmar or another country. And while we are saying in another country, you can see in the infographics, actually the most of them are in Malaysia, which is 58%, then followed by Saudi Arabia, and then India, and then Thailand, Australia, and United States. And there are another countries in the world where very minimum number of Rohingyas also living. And then because of this connection with the Rohingya in living in the abroad, we have found in our study 21% of households had received a remittance in past year, so preceding year of the survey. And in terms of livelihood, what we have found, most of the actually the Rohingya refugee population is very much dependent on the subsistence provided by the international organizations as ration. So it is very much likely and expected most of them do not have any income. So what we have found, 45% of the household does not have any income other than the ration. And then more than 40%, so 41% of households member, at least one member of the households are involved in some kind of voluntary work for the NGOs or the international organization for some cash. And then we have also found another 18% of households sell their rations because it is mostly in kind food and food items. So they sell it to satisfy their other non-food needs. And during just before 1 month of the survey, what we have found 8% of the household received an amount as a remittance. And there are some 6% households who are also involved in informal works like running a petty shop and informal labor market as well. On overall, the average monthly income of an Rohingya household in Bangladesh is a little bit above of 2,500, which if you convert it, it is not more than $30 per month, which you can understand this is not very much. And what we have also found actually to satisfy the other different kind of non-food demands, most of the households, 74% household are in debt, and the average amount of debt is more than 13,000 Bangladeshi taka. So this is what this part actually is about the current situation of the Rohingya population in Bangladesh in terms of their education, their livings, and their hardship they are facing. And now I move to the other part of my presentation, which is about the emerging self-help groups and networks in Bangladesh of the Rohingya population. As you see, when this population came to Bangladesh, the large influx in 2017, they have a very much optimistic about the repatriation. But as time passed on, they are feeling this is going to be a protracted situation. And that is why there is an emerging phenomena of forming various self-help groups and networks in the camps. And we have observed a shifting balance of political and social actions. So it means actually these informal self-help groups and networks are tempted to be less political, and they are emerged under more of a horizontal approach since September 2019 because of the increased securitization and the rest of it. And this context actually moved them towards more of a community development priorities and cooperativeness within the camp living. During my study, what we have found, there are around 45 self-help groups and networks in the camps. But the time we did this mapping in this earlier of this year, in February to April. But since these groups are very much informal in nature, this number is increasing day by day. So don't confuse with this number. It is not a precise number. It is an it is an estimate and mapping exercise gives us this number, but it could be more than this, not maybe not lesser. So what we have found among these 45 self-help groups and networks, the majority are very much involved with education-related activities. So there are 27 education networks, and there are also groups which are very much led by the youths and constituted by the youth population, which is 8. And there are very special groups formed and led by the women. So we have found 4 at least. And then there are also some general groups who are, in terms of their activities, they are more general to support, and they are also led by mixed of male and female and youth and elders as well. And then we're trying to look at what kind of activities they are doing. So I'm just listed a few of them, but it is many more. It is not limited to this 6 only. So broadly speaking, they are working in the area of representation and voice at different levels, at the camp level, the national, the international, also the justice and accountability, different processes happening in the currently. And then they are also participating in different kinds of activities related to humanitarian response in the camp. And then they are also involved in bridging community with the humanitarian response and different actors. And these activities actually proved very much crucial during COVID-19, due to this COVID-19 situation, when actually these humanitarian actors and the community has some gap, because community does not want to go to the health camps, and they are not very much responding to the awareness program and all rest of it. So we also did a webinar just few days back, 2 days back, where the other speakers also recognized this fact. This bridging community with the humanitarian response and actors is very important. And then these groups are also involved in promoting peace and social cohesion through conflict resolution and dispute settlement in their own community. And they are also doing some activities to promote trust and social cohesion within their community, and also between the different communities within the camp. And then they are involved in connecting to the diaspora and Myanmar-based civil society. This is very much related with the spirit of repatriation and going back to Myanmar. And then in doing so, they are also facing some challenges. And the first one I should mention, this is lack of acceptance and encouragement from the camp governance or different kind of authorities who are regulating their lives. So there is less acceptance. There is not very much space for actually organizing or mobilizing this kind of groups, but they are trying their best to organize and mobilize themselves within an informal setting, to help themselves and also help the humanitarian actors and the response. And then second is there are also inadequate information flows from camp governance to the affected host communities, which results a lot of misunderstanding, misinterpretation, confusion, and which can create further or trigger further conflict. And then there are limited space for better communication with authorities and locals to achieve peaceful change and social cohesion. And this, while we're talking with the self-help groups and networks, they also raise their needs and their requests to the others to actually capacitate and build these informal networks and to make them more capable to help the process of humanitarian actors and also the repatriation process. So the first one is capacity strengthening support. They need this to mobilize and organize themselves. Then in terms of material and financial support for these informal groups to work for the community and to also work with the humanitarian actors. And then the request for more civic engagement opportunities at different levels, from the camp authorities to international platforms. And then they need some support to help others in the community, because when the community members come to them and ask them for any necessity, they are in a position to provide some support. And sometimes they feel very much constrained in terms of material and financial strength to support their community. So, and then they need some social cohesion support with the host community, as you see, because the host community is also affected by this large by this influx, and that is why we need a good cohesive environment in the region, and that is why we then also ask for support of social cohesion building activities. And then finally, they also seek support to engage and negotiate directly with Myanmar. And all these activities are done by or performed by the self-help groups and the networks in the camp. Actually, these are also helping to look forward, to mobilize, to actually capacitate them to work for them to build their own nationhood and own development of their own community while they will go back to Myanmar. So that is one important thing when we are focusing on capacity development of these groups. Actually, it will um, help in future to support their repatriation and also their further development in their own country while they will go back. So this is from my side. So thank you so much for your kind attention, and look forward to you for your queries and questions if I can clarify. Thank you, moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We are not doing bad time-wise. We have almost 20 minutes or so. I'm not sure whether the speakers had the opportunity to see the questions. Well, bulk of the questions were directed to Shobhoshachi. So, Professor Shobhoshachi, I don't know whether you have seen the question, but just for others to know, one question was from Tahirin, that I work with refugees in India. My question is regarding how can civil society organizations work, particularly when you have this uncertainty of future of Rohingya children and youth. So someone who is working in the refugee camps in India. The second one, again to Shobhoshachi, even after bitter rivalry between India and China, both the countries are patronizing Myanmar army. Now, will India achieve something good out of that? Now, I was expecting that somebody would ask this question. Also, there's a third question for Shobhoshachi, which is, my field visit to Okla Rohingya camp left with bitter experience. My colleagues left the place with tear, learning the inhuman condition Rohingyas are living there. Neither government nor human rights organizations, if UNHCR help. And two more, is Indian government playing minimum role in favor of, it's similar to the earlier question, and how India can preserve the issue of human rights. If no action is taken against Myanmar by UN, Myanmar government has strong influence with India, China, and other agencies. So, Shobhoshachi, go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Ahmed. Yes, let me go one by one. First of all, yes, it is possible to work for the Rohingya children. But as of now, the situation is like that. The many civil society organizations, they are trying to do a little bit of work. I mentioned some of them. These are also refugee organizations, and there are other civil society organizations. So it is possible to work for them. But as I say, that when we are living in the times of neoliberal insecurity, even some of the civil society organizations, not only in India, but in other parts of South Asia as well, I mean, they are also in a different mode. And therefore, to activate these civil society organizations is a major challenge. And when, I mean, the state is, looking at these refugees as illegal immigrants, quote unquote. Therefore, they do not have any kind of locus standi as such. And as I said, although there were earlier, High Court judgments and also Supreme Court judgments, where it was clearly mentioned that Article 21 of the Constitution of India, that is the question of right to life, it applies to both citizens and non-citizens. So that is one thing. Uh, Second thing is, I would say that whenever we consider about, because some of my friends, some of my colleagues today and yesterday, they were suggesting many recommendations to the UN as well as to the neighboring countries of Myanmar and maybe to the regional organizations like ASEAN. But I'm definitely I go with them. But one word of caution is that we are working in a milieu of where most of the states in the world, particularly in this region in South and Southeast Asia, they are working on the consideration, I mean, basically on the geopolitical and geoeconomic considerations. So we have to pitch in the humanitarian issues like the Rohingya issue, the question of the stateless Rohingya, the Rohingya refugees, in this situation, larger, broader situation. So we have to be quite practical that how to negotiate these humanitarian issues and the issue of rights. It's a rights-based approach. It's not a question of charity. So how we can really bring these questions on the table, that is an important thing to ponder upon. And about the Okla camp, yes, the point is that if you uh, consider the situation of UNHCR, UNHCR cannot, on the basis of the permission given by the government of India, they can work. And it is for your information, even, I mean, the UNHCR headquarters in Delhi, in Jorbag, that is also not a formal office of the UNHCR. It is the office of the UNDP. I mean, a part of that office has been, given to the UNHCR to work. So that is the situation. But the civil society organizations, they can definitely work. And during my presentation, I clearly mentioned that, I mean, as the Indian state is looking at the Rohingya refugees from primarily from a security perspective, therefore, state initiative is almost non-existent. Uh, Yes, I mean, what India can achieve, I mean, through this kind of supporting a particular government and authoritarian military yukta. I mean, once again, I go back to that question of geopolitical calculations and geoeconomic calculations. I'm not going into that. So these are the realities. And as I say that in these neoliberal times, I mean, and when the rightist politics is on the rise, this is the situation what we can see. And yes, the issue of human rights, I mean, different human rights and civil society organizations, they are working for protection of human rights, not only of the Indian citizens, but also of other marginalized groups, including the stateless people, the refugees. They are working hard. So it is not so that the initiatives are not there. But of course, I mean, there is always a negotiation going on, as I mentioned earlier. So this negotiation will continue. And as you can see that UN action, as I mentioned just now, that while we consider the issue of United Nations, we have already mentioned some of our colleagues from different parts of the world today and yesterday. They mentioned about the, R2P, responsibility to protect. Yes, all these words, all these legal framework and other things, these are fine. And even if you look at the Constitution of India, you will notice if one goes through the constitution, it is one of the uh, best constitutions probably in the world. I mean, the framers, they borrowed from different liberal democracies of the West to frame this constitution. And therefore, there are provisions, as I mentioned, that yes, India does not have a long term refugee policy, but at the same time, as I said, that Article 21 or Article 14 of the Indian Constitution, that in a way, and even the Indian judiciary has already mentioned that in different ways for the non-citizens. But as there is no refugee law or there is no long-term refugee policy, although as I said that India always, provided shelter to different kind of people, different kind of refugees, starting from the Tibetan refugees to the, during the liberation war of Bangladesh, so many people from East Pakistan, then East Pakistan and Bangladesh, then the Sri Lankan Tamils, the Afghans, so many refugees were given, provided shelter. Even the Chakmas from Chittagong Hill Tracts between 86, 87 to 98 almost. So all these things were there. So the point is that the Indian government always argues that we are always, accommodative of refugees and other kinds of distressed people. But we also have to take into account the question of national security. And there are other kinds of threats according to the state narrative. And therefore, whenever we talk about the rights and the humanitarian issues, we have to negotiate these kinds of perspectives. That is the challenge. And that is not the challenge within India, but in the region of South and Southeast Asia, as well as globally. And therefore, the civil society initiatives should not be limited to any particular state, but the global civil society has to be operative. It has to put pressure. But once again, as I mentioned, taking into account the geopolitical equations and the geoeconomic calculations, which are the reigning orthodoxy in global politics, contemporary global politics.
Thank you. Thank you, Shobho. I just wanted Professor Wakaruddin to listen to, to Shobho Shachi's, given the fact that India is an important player. And that's the reason I thought that let us have a response to some of the questions to Professor Shobho Shachi, so that Professor Wakaruddin can, the presentation that he's now going to make, he can add also to the issues to which Shobho Shachi was referring to. So let me now invite Professor Wakaruddin, Director General of Arakan Rohingya Union, Chairman and Founder, Burmese Rohingya Association, North America. Dr. Wakaruddin, it's all yours.
Thank you, Dr. Imtiaz Ahmad. Thank you all, the organizers of this conference. And also, thank you to the panelists, Dr. Lamin, Professor Chowdhury, Ms. Fahmida Farzana, and Mr. Badiuzzzaman of your work with the diaspora on their issues where you reside in your locations. First, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all in different countries. Before I speak, I want to express, first of all, on behalf of Rohingya people, I wish to express our deepest gratitude to Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and the government of Bangladesh and people of Bangladesh for taking such a noble step of historic proportion and provide refuge to over 750,000 people, Rohingya, running for their lives. That was in August 2017. God knows what could have happened if Bangladesh did not let them in. Such a large number of influx within a matter of 1 to 2 weeks. Thank God they were able to manage it, the volume, the number of people. So now, August 25th, 2017, it is truly a black day for Rohingya and the humanity, for that matter. Since yesterday, it has been very interesting to listen to all the different perspectives of the panelists and discussants in this e-conference. Genocide, yes, it is black and white. Whether it is or it isn't, just like yesterday, one of the panelists, the attorney panelist, has clearly articulated. Crimes have been committed. There is the Article 2, Article 3 of the Genocide Convention. There is no room for dispute on that. We all know that it is a highly sophisticated blueprint just to eliminate an indigenous population. Let me stress that, indigenous population from their homeland. Thanks to Director Moshad yesterday in panelist discussant for giving the viewers the true picture on demographic distribution of Arakan in connection with southern Bangladesh before and after the British has come to the region. That speaks volume. What the panelist, I think that was Ms. Taik yesterday, articulated on citizenship, the pure blood, the mixed blood, the blood business, the genetic makeup of population. That's what we have witnessed out in the open while we were growing up in Arakan, as I was a child growing up, and when it began. The genocide blueprint is institutionalized in a way that at this point, it is going to be a significant challenge in finding a solution. It's not to say that it's not impossible. It is possible, but there will be challenges because of that. This hard work, I should say hard work, because of the intense work of the military, by the military, in the blueprint for decades and decades. They have provided about Bangladesh handling the influx of refugees. As you know, there were 3 huge mega influx. Thanks to Mr. Budiozama for giving the statistics. That was the influx. First was in 1978, then come to 1991, second one, and then last mega one was in August 2017. The government of Bangladesh handled it all very similarly, all 3 influxes. That is to immediately engage with Myanmar, wasting no time. The question comes, did the government of Bangladesh do the right thing for immediate engagement with Myanmar, demanding to take its people back? In such a situation, time cannot be wasted. No dilly-dallying. That will play into the hands of Myanmar. We all know, you all know, the global community know, buying time, delaying tactics is something that Myanmar really thrives on. In this 2017 case, like before, signing the agreement for repatriation evidently makes Myanmar concede that Rohingya is its own people, own ethnic minority, people of the land, and it is going to accept them. Bangladesh and Myanmar has signed the agreement with Bangladesh for return. Do not give Myanmar time. I don't want to be blunt here. Just grab the head and the neck of the snake as quickly as you can before whatever you may be doing decide to do later. Just grab the snake head very quickly. Don't wait. Let me say this from my own experience. I've seen in many OIC, Council of Foreign Ministers conferences and ministerial contact group meetings, how they means the Bangladesh think tank in the government, how the think tank formulates the plan in dealing with the Rohingya issues. Seemingly, to my opinion, to what I've seen, I've noticed in those conferences, in those meetings, contact group meetings, they have a well thought out approach they have been taking when dealing with the Rohingya issue. So this is what I want to clarify, that the repatriation strategy that Bangladesh signed with Myanmar government. Now I will focus on international advocacy and the role of Rohingya diaspora. First, ICJ case. It has been the center of attention from the international community and folks in Myanmar as well. OIC is where we really began. First is political advocacy at the United Nations, General Assembly, Human Rights Council, even Security Council. A lot of work by OIC in conjunction, in cooperation and European bloc. They've been working. Even with China and Russia, OIC engaged on Rohingya issue. And so not a single stone was left unturned. And then second approach was humanitarian assistance to refugee camps in Bangladesh, as well as in IDP camps in Arakan. And now comes the legal case, which is now at the ICJ. Actually, quite sometimes we have been brainstorming the legal issue in the framework of international jurisprudence at the OIC headquarters in Jeddah, and also in several OIC contact group meetings. But then the process in OIC officially began in 2018, the ICJ situation, legal case, during the OIC Council of Foreign Ministers Conference in Dhaka, and also OIC foreign ministers visiting the refugee camps in Cox's Bazar, Bangladesh. We, with the OIC, rallied for over 2 years for the legal solution to be added to the repertoire of the OIC actions in support of the Rohingya people. Of course, when it comes to legal aspect, there has to be a serious investigation to which legal approach may be most suitable and most sustainable. We have brainstormed for quite some time about which route to take, where to do that, which international legal body we should go to. Initially, there was some disagreements about ICC, International Criminal Court, because many countries within the OIC and even in EU, the European Union, are not party to the Rome Statute. So ICC did not seem to be appropriate. And then there was ICJ, the World Court, which has symbolic as well as legal importance to this. So OIC worked hard to get all the 57 member countries to approve it. And this effort was led by Gambia, which was appointed as the chair of the ad hoc committee, and then co-chaired by Bangladesh. We had the first landmark decision for the Rohingya people came from ICJ on January 23rd of this year, where ICJ issued the fantastic verdict on provisional measures. Pretty much everybody knows what is in there, so I will not get into that in details due to the time constraint we have here. So I do want to mention one thing that is very interesting. The ad hoc judge at the ICJ, the ad hoc judge appointed by Myanmar was part of the unanimous vote. Unanimous vote casted by 17 judges. And Myanmar appointed ad hoc judge was part of the unanimous vote, basically agreeing that genocidal crimes are taking place in Arakan, Myanmar, and that must be stopped and further prevented. Now the new minister of Gambia is coming in. Actually, Minister Tambadou has been truly a great champion of this cause. I was very glad to hear yesterday the assurance from the Solicitor General, His Excellency Charno Marina, about the noble commitment took by the government of Gambia. I have also been discussing this with our legal team in Washington also, but I want to add that yesterday the statement was really great to reassure the international community, Rohingya community, all the stakeholders that they are committed to this case. Inshallah, our new minister, Dauda Jallo, taking this portfolio, will continue the case with our legal team in Washington. Also, international coalition building is on the move. We've been working hard on from every avenue, every possible means. A coalition building is very important. We have secured support from many big powers in the West, the North Americans and Europeans particularly. You have seen the country of Maldives joining the Gambia. ICJ case also has inspired the ICC that has reopened the investigation. So, having said that, what is the impact of ruling on the provisional measures by the ICJ? So let's look at the impact. Obviously, the court has recognized that it is truly a genocide. They recognize that although the final verdict of genocide determination in this case has not come yet. The provisional measures actually, one thing I was listening to the judge that it mentioned the name Rohingya. So a stress on that said that, look, Rohingya name is recognized by the ethnic name. Rohingya is an ethnic name, which Myanmar is refusing to put in the 135 ethnic group because of this citizenship connection. They want to deny the citizenship. One of the national 135, and that Rohingya will be 136 then, national race. So that was phenomenal because Myanmar was refusing it. So the court has ordered Myanmar to take measures to protect the Rohingya population, preserve the evidence of crimes of genocide, give assurance to ICJ that its forces, Myanmar forces, will not commit acts and crime of genocide, and then regular reports and so on and so forth. So is that happening? The question comes: is that happening on the ground? Apparently some, but it is nowhere near to what is adequate. Yes, Myanmar President's office released official statements of compliance and directives to the officials on the ground, and then submitted the first report to the ICJ. The process goes on with further reports and memorials to ICJ, while the election turmoil is also going on in Myanmar currently right now. So ICJ case is the only one avenue. You know, we have that's a good avenue, one avenue, but there are other approaches that we will have to take. I call it multi-track approach because the crisis is too big. The corridors of many international entities are also open for our cause, along with OIC and European Union, as in the past. We, the Rohingya diaspora, will step up our efforts at the United Nations General Assembly, Human Rights Council, and the Security Council, no matter where the obstacle lies. We know about Security Council. I have been there twice in Security Council meetings. They are debating, and then China blocking, Russia blocking, even to further discuss and go into resolution and so forth. But that doesn't mean that we'll stop. There will be obstacles, and we will have to face it. The work in Washington, Ottawa, and Europe will also be stepped up. I would like to sum up with this statement, quoting Dr. Imtiaz from yesterday. Myanmar will change one day, he said clearly. I was quite, I was glad to hear that, because I think the change has to come from within. From Myanmar. But Myanmar will do it? Yes, likely. What is needed? Pressure, international pressure, coordinated, concerted pressure, not one pressure, this pressure, that pressure. It has to come to a consensus and have a coordinated pressure with a consensus. Everyone need to speak the same language. That will put pressure on Myanmar government. Pressure need to come from all directions. Therefore, we need the Rohingya diaspora from all over the world, all good people of Myanmar, all good people of all faith in Myanmar, and you, the international community, for that to happen. One note I want to say, I'm not sure I have left out and so many important topics because the crisis is huge, a lot of stuff going on, but we have, because of this time frame limit in this e-conference, I'm sure I've left out a lot of stuff because of time constraints, but I will be very happy to discuss that in the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wakaruddin. Now we are running late. We are not going to take a break at all. What I will do is there being questions to the speakers. Mr. Mint, just one, if you can take 1 minute to respond to one particular question that is directed to you. And the question is, Canada recognized the crimes against the Rohingyas as constituting genocide through a motion in the House of Commons in September 2008.
The Australian government does strongly support the actions taken by ICJ and ICC. They do tacitly recognize the crimes that's happening against the Rohingya is genocide, but there's no such explicit recognition in the parliament at this stage. But there are some ongoing works behind the scenes between the Prime Minister of Australia and the President of Indonesia. So they're trying to find a very practical and pragmatic solutions for the Rohingyas, which is very sustainable over the long term.
Good. Thank you. There's one particular question to Farzana from Professor Moranushi. And if you can respond in 1 minute, Farzana, that would be great. And the question is, how do Malaysians feel about the so-called ASEAN way, refraining from interfering from the so-called internal affairs of member states? Is it not high time for people in Malaysia to stand up against this problematic understanding? Farzana.
Okay, thank you, Professor Miran, for your question. Um, I think it's high time for Malaysia to do these things and negotiate with other members and community, because it's not only Malaysia that is a Rohingya crisis. There are other countries, Indonesia, Thailand, for example. So it's there is always the hurdle that we should not interfere into that, and all delay that it has to be in a ASEAN setting, the countries joining hands. But initiative has to come from Malaysia, because Malaysia is the one worstly affected the Rohingya crisis. So take this case to the forum first, and other countries that are labor importers, Singapore, Brunei, in the ASEAN region, can also look for avenues to communicate with those countries and come up with a mechanism so the refugee community can be used properly, instead of exporting work from other countries. They can also have the refugee also can have some work permit and contribute as already here and contribute to the informal sector. There should be certain for that, and certain rules and regulations can be set to do that, so more refugees. But we can can have some attempt, like having a time period that only these refugees should be allowed and new refugees should not have allowed for. And the work permit can also be like for a particular time that can be based on their performance and like that. So if we have legal mechanism, and it will help community, it will help not only the society, it will also help society at the same time. So I think for Malaysia to bring it.
Thank you, Farzana. Thank you very much. Well, you could have continued. Well, Badiu Zaman, you have X number of questions. I'm sorry, we can't entertain. Well, bulk of them are from Bangladeshi, so you can always respond to them. Maybe one particular question, which I guess is important. And since, and the question, the couple of questions, but I'm framing it in a way that since you're talking about education, there is there is this, what you call, some context to access to digital technology, this access to information. Is that a problem when it comes to delivering education in the refugee camps, Badiuzzzaman?
Thank you, Professor Imtiaz, for consolidating some few of the feedbacks.
In 1 minute.
Of course,
Yeah, go ahead.
in 1 minute. Of course, the access to digital communication, what you mean actually internet and rest of it, it has hugely impacted the formation and growing and functionalities of these groups, because that is the reason why now these groups are emerging as a and taking a horizontal approach, because they can't communicate even between camps. It is not sometimes it is not very easy to communicate just going physically or moving physically to one camp to another camp. And that is why now the number of informal groups are coming out in every camps kind of things, so that they can communicate in each community, within their community, and resolve their problems and support the community. So regarding the education, of course, it has an impact. Already I have seen the questions. I think there are people who are trying to investigate the possibility of online education for the refugee children, as well as the higher education for the refugee youths. But so far we have not, as you know, we are not entitled to offer this kind of courses to the even collaborate international universities to offer some credit courses for anyone else. So these are some regulatory, we have limitations. So if the space is widened and broad, then I think it is possible. This is not just the digital technology, it is also the regulatory framework where we are actually functioning. Thank you so much.
Lovely. Thank you, Mr. Badiuzzzaman. We are actually running out of time. We'll go straight to the next closing section. But as the closing remarks, a moderator has to, do something. So as closing remark, listening to all of you, there's no question about that. Because a genocide took place and there is a consensus on that. And as I think we mentioned even yesterday, when a genocide takes place, it is no longer a bilateral issue between one or two countries. It becomes an international issue. And this is something that the friends of Myanmar state must also understand. So as we put the gaze on Myanmar, I think it is important also to put a gaze on some of the friends of Myanmar government who could actually make a difference. And this, I think, has become quite clear, because Myanmar is feeling a little bit empowered because of some of the friends it has. So this is one take I find. The gaze ought to be Myanmar, and this we need to build on it. The Rohingya, the non-Rohingya, those who are working on genocide, those who are working on minority issues, those who are working on atrocities, those who are working on women's rights, those who are working on children's rights. Name anything, anything that makes sense. Even those who are working on rule-based international law. I think Japan would be an interesting case. I think it is important that the greater pressure ought to be put on Myanmar. This is one. The second, I think, what I got is the Rohingya connectivity has to be broadened up and has to be made into a voice. The Rohingya voice has to come out in a much bigger way. And I see people, really, making that effort. 10 years back, hardly we saw something of this kind, but this time, I think there is a leadership that is coming up. And I think this leadership needs to continue, I would say, on a monthly basis. Now with the technology, pandemic has given us one interesting technology, because this one particular event, we were actually planning it last year and thought of physically bringing all of you to Bangladesh. But look at the enormous cost that would have been. But now this was much greater. Yesterday at the platform, we had more than 200 people at the platform itself listening to us. Not to mention, if you take the Facebook, the live streaming, you know, it's hundreds and thousands of people listening to the speakers, and this could be because of the pandemic. Now, given that pandemic has made us aware that one can coordinate in a different way, I think the second take that I see is the Rohingya connectivity, and this, if one can start volunteering, each of the organizations can do it on a rotation basis, and continue their dialogue. That I think would uh, you know uh, would take us somewhere where the some of the criticism that we heard yesterday and today about leadership being weak, leadership being very new. I think those things will go away, and that will also put pressure on Myanmar. Now, with that, a little bit of my understanding, let us move to the closing session, and I will request Farhana to take over and start the proceedings of the closing session. Farhana, it's all yours.
Much appreciated, sir. Greetings to you all, and welcome straightway to the closing ceremony of the International E-Conference on Connecting Rohingya Diaspora, highlighting the global displacement, jointly organized by Action Aid Bangladesh, Center for Peace and Justice, BRAC University, and Center for Genocide Studies, University of Dhaka. Thank you, everyone, for your kind patience and time to be a part of this international e-conference for the last 2 days from all around the globe. For the closing, we have among us Ms. Letitia van den Assen, former Dutch ambassador and now independent diplomatic expert from the Netherlands, Ms. Lilian Fan, Refugee Rights Network, Malaysia, and Mr. M. Shahidul Haq, Senior Fellow, North University, and former Foreign Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Bangladesh, to grace this ceremony. For the opening remarks, I would request Mr. Munzur Hassan OBE, the Executive Director of Center for Peace and Justice, BRAC University, to say a few words.
You're still muted.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, in conclusion, I'd like to make two sub points, 2 points, and there will be few sub points. The first big point is the big picture, what we have seen as big picture over the last 2 days. First of all, I think the point that has been made by Professor Imtiaz Ahmed, genocide has been committed. It's a crime that has been committed. It has taken place. Common sense will tell us that. So the ICJ, the wheel of justice has started to move. As we know, it can be quite slow. So it'll take a bit of time, but we don't have to rely just on those two mechanisms. There are other processes that can be pursued, and people are pursuing them. So justice process, the train has left the station, and we have to wait and see when it reaches the next station. Point number 3, geopolitics. Geopolitics is the elephant in the room. We know it's there. We have to live with it. We can't wish it away. And it's something that we have to all deal with, and we have to find ways around that, if possible. Point number 4 is the fact that, focus is going to shift from this particular crisis. There are other crises which are there, and people will actually focus on that. So I think we have to keep working on this. We have to actually make sure that it doesn't get off the agenda. So this is an important issue that we have to remember and work on it. And finally, the 5th point under the big picture, I would say that, what we have heard over the last 2 days, the diaspora that we have talked about, the Rohingya diaspora is geographically wide. It's going to become wider, and it's going to spread, and it's growing. What it has to be is has to be more visible, has to be more vocal. And I think there's a lot of potential here in terms of the Rohingya diaspora, and they have to They have to they recognize that and take it forward. So those are my 5 big picture points. Then I come to the other theme, which is what is the bottom line? There are 5 points that I'd like to make under this particular theme. Number one, challenges. There are challenges for the Rohingya people, there are challenges for all of us. And I think will face those challenges, and they may become even worse in the coming months and years. So we have to actually manage our expectations. The bottom line is we have to manage our expectations. The justice process will not give us the solution that we are looking for if we are just looking at the justice process by itself. So those challenges are going to be there. Number two, as I said earlier on, geopolitics is very much intertwined with economic interest. And the corporate sector that we have heard from various speakers is playing a very important role. And it's going to be very difficult to shift them from the present position. I think that's the bottom line. It's not going to be easy to shift that geopolitical, geoeconomic sort of interests which is intertwined so easily. So that's something we have to, I think, bear in mind. The third bottom line point I would like to make is that, the diaspora movement that we talk about, they have to really connect the dots, and they have to be inclusive in its approach. Time to come together. I think the diaspora cannot speak in different languages and different voices. They really have to come together, and they have to provide visionary leadership. I think that's important. And when that can be done, and that can be done only when it's bottom up, and when the refugee voices are taking into account from different countries. I think that's an important bottom line point that I would like to make. The fourth, I would say, is that at the end of the day, a political will in Myanmar is weak for any change that we are looking for. I think Professor Imtiaz Ahmed has pointed this out. In the nation building process in Myanmar, they are far behind. There has to be some radical change that will take place within Myanmar for these processes to start, and for a civil framework to be created for these changes to take place. And finally, the fifth point that I would like to make as a bottom line point is that we have to learn from other diaspora movement. The Rohingya diaspora has to look at other movements, old and new, and see what should be done and what shouldn't be done. So it's been a very interesting 2 days, and I hope we will be able to bring you all together sometime in the future. And thank you very much for participating, and thank you from Center for Peace and Justice for accepting our invitations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for kind remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, now for the time for this much appreciated and anticipated presentation on Dhaka Declaration 2 for the year 2020. I'm requesting Professor Imtiaz Ahmed, Department of International Relations and Director, Center for Gender Studies, University of Dhaka, to take the floor for the Dhaka Declaration 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Farhana. As for the process, we had the draft circulated to all the speakers. Some of them had substantial comments, addition, reframing, and we incorporated, I would say, almost 99% of all the things that we got. So, second Dhaka Declaration 2020, Preamble. Number one, we unequivocally state that since humanity was founded, it has been on the move. Over time, people have moved in search of new economic opportunities and horizons, while others move to escape armed conflict, poverty, food insecurity, persecution, terrorism, or genocide, human rights violations, and abuses. These causes of forced displacement need to be addressed instead of considering the people that migrate involuntarily and become a diaspora as a problem. Number two, we are aware that forced displacement and forced migration from multiple countries often present complex challenges to the international community, with the victims suffering the most and becoming members of the diaspora involuntarily. Discrimination and unequal gender and power relations particularly hurt women and girls during forced displacement and forced migration, eroding women's rights and exposing them to sexual and gender violence. Number three, we reaffirm the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations. We also reaffirm the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and recall the core international human rights treaties. We reaffirm and resolve that full protection of human rights standards be accorded to all refugees and diaspora communities, regardless of status. All of them are rights holders. Number four, we resolutely restate the determination to prevent the plight of forcibly displaced populations facing widespread torture, atrocities, abuse of human rights, and acts of genocide and mass violence in their respective home countries, and call for the restoration, protection, promotion, and respect of human rights for all. Number five, we are aware that modern technology allows the diaspora to play a significant role in telling their own stories, including the gruesome experiences they have suffered in their respective home countries. It also allows them to articulate and demand what justice and human rights mean to them. Number six, we recognize that people forced to migrate have their own political, economic, social, developmental, humanitarian, and human rights. These rights transcend borders and act as a transnational link between people's homeland and their host countries. The struggle for accountability and restoration of citizenship call for global approaches and sustainable global solutions. We, the participants of the International E-Conference on Connecting the Rohingya Diaspora, highlighting the global displacement hereby. 1. Welcome the convening of the International E-Conference on Connecting the Rohingya Diaspora, highlighting the global displacement, organized by the Center for Genocide Studies, University of Dhaka, the Center for Peace and Justice, BRAC University, and ActionAid, Bangladesh. Number two, recalling the promise of the Global Summit 2005 to take, and I quote, timely and decisive action in accordance with the UN Charter, unquote, in situations of mass killings and mass eviction, and the Global Compact for Refugees call for sustainable solutions to refugee situations through international cooperation. We demand from the world community an unequivocal commitment to resolve the Rohingya refugee crisis in a sustainable manner and with a regional approach, recognizing the fact that Bangladesh is currently hosting over 1.2 million Rohingya refugees within its borders. Number three, call upon the United Nations and all the members of the international community to use diplomatic channels to provide sufficient humanitarian assistance and other support to ensure protection and rights of all Rohingya people and other vulnerable groups. Number four, recognize that the Rohingya have a right to return to their homeland. We call upon the international community to ensure their voluntary, dignified, informed, and safe return to their original homes. Number five, recognize the four provisional measures on the Myanmar government as per the International Court of Justice ruling on the application of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, the Gambia versus Myanmar case in January 2020, which include the government of Myanmar to prevent genocidal acts and crimes, ensure that the military and other security forces do not commit genocide, preserve evidence of genocidal acts and crimes, report back on its compliance within 4 months and then every 6 months afterwards. Number six, denounce all sorts of latent and manifest acts of genocide against the Rohingya ethnic minority of Myanmar, which forced them to leave their country and take refuge in countries of 4 continents of the world. Number 7, condemn persecution by the state authority in Myanmar that regularly leads to the forced trafficking of a sizable Rohingya population, as well as the exploitation and extortion associated with it, recognizing how these atrocities make millions of Rohingya women, men, and children stateless in other countries. Number 8, recognize the risks that the Rohingya people regularly take to avoid persecution in Myanmar and the precarious journey by which they embark on to take refuge in neighboring countries. Number 9, condemn the apathy of the government of Myanmar, regional governments, and the international community towards the Rohingya people, particularly the sufferings of Rohingya women and children in open seas. Number 10, urge the government of Myanmar to take responsibility for the incidents and organize a transparent and accountable investigation of Rohingya displacement while providing all the host countries as well as the Rohingya people proper monetary and legal compensation. Number 11, impress upon the allies of Myanmar, particularly ASEAN, to take necessary steps to compel Myanmar to terminate the persecution of the Rohingya people once and for all. Number 12, call on governments, civil society, and multilateral agencies to create a multi-pronged participatory mechanism in order to address and bring resolution to the plight of the Rohingya by putting pressure on the government of Myanmar. Number 13, call upon the Rohingya diaspora to mobilize tangible and intangible resources to support the struggle of the Rohingya, especially after the recognition from ICJ. In order to be able to play a significant role, the Rohingya diaspora need to develop a strong network, creating a virtual diaspora space for raising a strong voice in the international fora, demanding their due rights from Myanmar. In this context, the women Rohingya diaspora can become a game changer in creating a gender-sensitive Rohingya society and add to the voice of the humiliated and violated. Number 14, advance a broader advocacy role by ensuring transparency, justice, and accountability for safe, voluntary, informed, and dignified repatriation of the Rohingya people scattered around the world, including Bangladesh, and foster support from the engaging countries on behalf of the ICJ ruling. And finally, 15, continue the initiative that signifies the great partnership between the Rohingya diaspora and agencies working around the world for mitigating the plight of the Rohingya people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for reading out the Dhaka Declaration too. And moving forward, now I would like to invite Ms. Letitia van den Assum, former Dutch ambassador and independent diplomatic expert, the Netherlands, for her valuable remarks.
Thank you very much for that introduction. And I greet you from The Hague, the city of international justice. I know many of you have visited it in recent years, and I also met some of you while you were here. First, let me thank the organizers and thank Bangladesh for this event over the past 2 days that has really been unique. And I don't use that qualifier lightly. To have this kind of an exchange about the Rohingya diaspora with the participation by so many from the diaspora is exceptional. And I'm very honored to have been part of it. Since yesterday, actually, my learning courage has been pretty steep, particularly the knowledge about, it's increased my knowledge about the different communities of Rohingya in different parts of the world, because if you go on the internet, information about them is all not easily found. And I think it would be very helpful if the organizers could put together some booklet to combine this information, short points about related to the international community. On the diaspora, I think that 3 issues are key for a better understanding. And we've touched upon them all over the past couple of days. The first is the migration routes and the settlement experience in third countries. That has come out, and the settlement experience differs very significantly between countries, and that really has to be shared. Secondly, the family ties between the Rohingya in Myanmar and in other countries. Family separation is a major issue and a very painful one. And at this point in time, the internet lockdown in Rakhine State, as well as the difficulty with the internet in the camps in Bangladesh, has made communication even more difficult. Third, the role of the diaspora in the international discourse about the resolution of a crisis that is now decades old. That's also an important point. I've had the honor to meet many members of the diaspora over the past couple of years and have been admiring their active part in the international debate. They have been making their mark on behalf of the entire community, whether it's at the UN in New York or Geneva, whether it's at the EU, whether it's in ASEAN countries, wherever around the world they are active. They are making their mark, and that they deserve to be recognized. And I'm particularly pleased to see a growing number of women among them. That's very important. Now, obviously, issues of representation and representativeness do pop up. That's to be expected. It is no different with diaspora communities in other countries. It is a very complex terrain to navigate, particularly also because the Rohingya inside Myanmar do not have freedom of assembly. They cannot organize themselves. They cannot exchange views amongst themselves widely about what the important points are for them. So that remains a huge challenge. It's important to recognize this and to be sensitive to the need to share information and to dialogue. And I think this is also one of the 5 points that Professor Mansour Hassan made, and I agree with him on that. Now, some quick points in relation to the international community. Many in the international community continue to speak of the Rohingya crisis, and a huge crisis it is, first for the Rohingya themselves, and certainly also for Bangladesh, the host of by far the largest number of refugees. But when you are looking for potential solutions to the plight of the Rohingya, you have to use a larger frame of reference. It has to be one that includes the crisis of Rakhine State as a whole, and actually even treated all of its minorities as second-rate citizens at best. While all are victims, there is of course no dispute of the Rakhine crisis will make it easier to raise the underlying causes of the situation. And this was exactly the premise that guided the work of the Rakhine Advisory Commission, chaired by Kofi Annan, that I was a member of. And that is why its report and its recommendations have actually withstood the test of time. You have to look at solutions that will do justice to the legitimate grievances of all communities there. And again, no doubt that the Rohingya have borne the brunt of the violence, but other communities have theirs as well, and that needs to be understood. Of course, sadly, the violent conflict that has flared up since the end of 2018, since the end of 2018, has made it much more difficult to do justice to the recommendations. But they are there and they remain valid. Actually, I even think they have become even more valid than before. They have proven that there are a path to solutions. Secondly, since 2017, of course, and I already mentioned it, Rakhine State had witnessed a significant increase in programming for reconciliation between the Rohingya and Rakhine communities. Both national and international actors have really taken an interest in so-called social cohesion activities. I welcome this, but we have to understand that they can only lead to sustainable outcomes if they go beyond mere intercommunal reconciliation. Reconciliation has to be much broader. Why? Because social cohesion is intrinsically linked to critical issues of human rights and inclusive governance. And that being the case, it cannot be successful if it precludes discussion on how the government's discriminatory policies and practices create division in Rakhine State. The government itself must become an important enabler of social cohesion. And so far, that has not been the case. Third point, and turning to international judicial remedies, it's clear that strong support by the UN, governments, and NGOs continues to be critically important. But advocating criminal accountability cannot be separated from continued support and active support for efforts that are taking place to achieve political transformation within Myanmar itself. They are two sides of the same coin. Unfortunately, it appears that to be able to leave criminal accountability issues in the hands of international lawyers so that they themselves might actually focus on improving their relations with Myanmar's government and armed forces. That to me is simply not on. Yes, please go and continue your support for international judicial remedies, but at the same time, deal with active support. A final point relates to, and I've sort of shortened my presentation because of the time constraints. A final point about charges of genocide and the importance of being sensitive to the perception of possible differential treatment of the Rohingya and other groups. Because what in the case of a protected group like the Rohingya can be construed as part of a genocidal process may in the case of other groups in Rakhine State be war crimes and crimes against humanity. And we're seeing that particularly right now and since late 2018 with the awful war, the awful violent conflict that is being waged in Rakhine State, where again, you know, both the Rohingya and the Rakhine population and the other minorities are all subject to treatment that qualifies as crimes and crimes against war crimes and crimes against humanity. So be aware of the need to be sensitive to this because it could become a backlash against the Rohingya if you don't recognize that war crimes and other international crimes are also extremely important crimes. Actually, there is no international agreement on a clear hierarchy of international crimes. Although in practice, many see the genocide as the crime of crimes, and that is certainly also prevalent in public opinion in Myanmar. So it is important to be sensitive to feelings not only of minorities, of the peoples of Rakhine State, but also of other minorities in the country. And in this context, I think it's good to see that the UN has started to take that into account, first by the independent international fact-finding missions, which did cover crimes committed against minorities along Myanmar's border with Thailand as well, and also the new independent investigative mechanism, which was established to collect, consolidate, and preserve it in Myanmar since 2011. Its mandate is nationwide and not limited to the Rohingya or to Rakhine State alone. I think that's extremely positive, and it's something that we should latch onto in order to make sure that what we say and our analysis of the situation in Myanmar more generally. Yes, we can look first at the Rohingya because that situation deserves it, but we have to realize that there are others who are suffering similar fates. That concludes my points, and thanks again for giving me the honor to participate today.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your wonderful remarks. May I please now invite Ms. Lilian Fan, Chair, Rohingya Working Group Asia Pacific Refugee Rights Network, Malaysia, for her remarks.
Thank you so much, Farhana. A huge thank you to the hosts and the organizers of this really interesting and very rich conference. I'm really honored to be invited to speak on this closing panel. I'd like to complement what's been said by the esteemed speakers as well as Ambassador Letitia by giving a few points which I think will help us reflect on two things, I think, which have come up during the conference. One, I think, is this issue of displacement, where we are talking about a situation where we will have to face the reality that there will be Rohingya refugees, and I do use the word refugees in distinction to diaspora. I'm talking about refugees who need protection, who are not in countries of resettlement where they have protection under a state or international protection. But there will be Rohingya refugees, certainly in the South Asia and the Southeast Asia region, and also beyond in places like the Middle East for a long time to come. And I think this is a reality that we all have to really accept as a given. The second thing that I'll talk about is really the need for much more strategy amongst the Rohingya, whether it's Rohingya in displacement in Rakhine, and also in the larger diaspora, and those of us who are working with the Rohingya community. Uncle Waka Udin talked just now about the importance of having a coordinated strategy and goals. I think that is important, but I'd like to add a few points of perhaps what that strategy could contain. So when it comes to, I think, looking at this very large and very complex crisis, and I'm very glad that Ambassador Letitia brought up the context of Rakhine, this broader context of Rakhine, because it is extremely complex. You know, the Rohingya suffering and the Rohingya genocide and displacement is one side of a very, very deep and complicated conflict, which is becoming even more complicated, as one thing we do need to be focusing on is, I would say, political will, but I think also we should be realistic about the levels of political leadership that we have in our regions at the moment who are actually willing to play that role. And I don't want to be unrealistic to say, you know, that countries in ASEAN are suddenly going to change their minds about the strategy that they're taking. Even though it is arguably in their interest, I don't think that leadership is going to be forthcoming anytime soon. But what I do think is important is that because the situation of the Rohingya is, I think very sadly, going to continue in a protracted displacement context for a very long time to come, we really do need legal protections and social protections in countries in South Asia and in Southeast Asia and in the wider area of countries where Rohingya refugees reside. And I say this also based on the context and the experience of other countries which have experienced a large number of displaced people due to conflict, due to war. Looking at countries like Syria, for example, and you know the largest number of Syrian refugees are in the region. They're not in Europe, even though the media would have you think so. But in fact, they're in the Middle East. They're in Jordan, Lebanon, Turkey, even Iraq, and the surrounding countries. And also looking at the displacement of the Palestinians, you know, the stateless, displaced, dispossessed Palestinians. I think we need to learn from some of the approaches that have been taken, from those the way certain governments in the region responded to that. If you look at the Palestinian case, for example, countries in the region opened up their universities and their education institutions. I don't see ASEAN countries or South Asian countries doing that. And I really think that that is one absolutely critical area that we need to focus on, because we're not going to change the situation, just by lobbying governments. And this is, I think, a reality we have to come to. It's no amount of lobbying, the governments of the West, the governments of ASEAN, the governments of the South Asia region, or even China, I think, is going to change things, certainly not quickly, but I also don't think it's sufficient. I think we really need to be developing a strategy where we are investing in Rohingya and how we're investing in, creating a new generation of Rohingya for a long time to come, who are going to be able to be the diplomats, who are going to be able to, be leaders in whatever field, right? Whether it's professional leaders, whether it's leaders at the community level, who have, these values of inclusiveness, who have these values of that large vision that, Professor Mansour was talking about. I think these are really important, but we're not going to get there under the current conditions. And we certainly won't get there unless we actually develop a strategy. And I think the universities have an incredibly important role to play in this, where we are opening up institutions to actually host and cultivate and help to generate, that generation that can actually speak for itself and continue to fight for itself. I think that's something to learn from other diasporas. We have seen, the Palestine situation is far from being resolved after all these decades, but there is a generation in the diaspora and even in the refugee context of very highly educated Palestinians who are extremely articulate, who are taken seriously. There are Palestinian lawyers, throughout the diaspora who know how to argue and fight for their own cases and know how to defend their case. This is what we need in the Rohingya society as well. And I would like to say and give recognition to the very impressive number of leaders who have, managed, in spite of all the difficulties and challenges and violence that the Rohingya have been through so far, the incredible leadership that has already emerged. I would also like to give recognition to the fact that leadership I see is becoming more diverse as well as the youth start taking more of a role in that. I think that's fantastic. And I think it's very important to give them space and to understand that leadership, in a situation such as the Rohingya are facing has to be something that's diverse. And that diversity will give more credibility to the Rohingya voice as well. So I would like to encourage us to think about that and to think really about how we engage, also obviously engage the countries, but engage also on these issues. Not only, I think, the issues that we've all spoken about, which, I certainly agree with, putting more pressure on Myanmar, but we know that's not going to be easy. And, that Myanmar will not come to a decision which will be possibly agreeable to the Rohingya for a long time to come. That will take a very long time. So I think that we really do need to be realistic about how and strategic about how we are investing and cultivating the Rohingya, the wider Rohingya community as much as we can in as many countries as we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lilian Fan. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would request Mr. M. Shahidul Haq, Senior Fellow, North-South University, and former Foreign Secretary, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bangladesh, for his kind remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Can you all listen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I know that most of you have little tired after listening so many very informative and analytical statements. So I'll not take much of your time. I will only focus on two issues. One is the Dhaka Declaration, the second one, and a new kind of not new, but a proposal which the Prime Minister of Bangladesh made in 2017 and 18, what that we could possibly do. Before that, let me just say 2-3 things about the diaspora. There are people, group of people living abroad, not essentially could be categorized as diaspora. So I was looking at the 3 criteria globally taken to identify a diaspora community, and it looks that Rohingya community fits in quite well in the definition. So they can start thinking as a common identity based diaspora within the bigger Asian diaspora or South Asian diaspora. So that's important. But they will have to make themselves visible and popular as an entity. As we see, and some of the presenters were saying that they are kind of an ad hoc leadership. They are segmented, has to be unified voice. That's very important. And there are a lot of examples. I don't want to go into that. Some of the things has been rightly pointed out. And so how do you create a common platforms where we'll speak with one voice? That's something we should leave the Rohingyas to work on, and that's very critical before you take the next step. In terms of a Dhaka declaration, I think let me congratulate Professor Imtiaz and others for putting together a very comprehensive declaration. It is anchored into the human rights. It is anchored into the accountability mechanism, and also bringing in a diaspora as a change agent into the future activities related to the Rohingya crisis. And I think I was also looking at the first one, Professor Imtiaz, of Dhaka Declaration, 2018 April. We see a marked change, and the change is because of the ICJ verdict. It has actually changed the chemistry and politics of Rohingya crisis, and that we need to bring it out. So in addition to Bangladesh, I think the diaspora community should also be able to push those things forward. Last point, as I said, that the Prime Minister of Bangladesh in 2017 in the UNGA and subsequently in 2018 UNGA tried to encourage international community to create a safe zone within Northern Rakhine. And at this stage, I was then the Foreign Secretary, and we had some initial interaction with the with the UN system. I'll not reveal as to what that system is, but broadly UN system. And I was little discouraged to see the mindset of our UN colleagues in terms of trying the whole idea of safe zone. And I realized that some of the friends of Myanmar that Professor Imtiaz has been often referring to are very active to sort of kill the initiative. So that's still on the table. Now I think time has come when we should bring the whole thing onto the table within the context of responsibility to protect. So if you link the two, then you have a brighter possibilities of creating, if not anything else, but a pressure on the Myanmar government. I have written a piece today. I think it will come out tomorrow on the whole idea as to how we could work towards that. I would urge on the diaspora community to continue to float ideas, including the safe zone idea, whether people like it or not. But these kinds of things will also create another what you call layer of activities, because accountability both in the ICC and ICJ will take a long time. We have also been suggesting, Professor Imtiaz and some of us are participating with the State Minister for Foreign Affairs of Bangladesh to push the whole thing forward in a comprehensive manner, anchored into the accountability system. Coming to the OIC, I'm someone who has almost grew up as a diplomat in the OIC system, assistant secretary, and become the top diplomat and dealing with OIC. Yeah, OIC has its own complexity. When we were negotiating behind the screen, both in Dhaka and in Gambia and other places, we know some of the very well-known Asian OIC countries did not agree to go ahead either to the ICC or an ICJ, and some of you privy to those discussions will be surprised to see even some of the big Muslim countries were not feeling very comfortable taking Myanmar to ICJ. I'm sure those countries are still under the broader category of friends of Myanmar, continue to remain active, and I think the diaspora community is well placed to work against that kind of a move. So diaspora community should not take any commitment on the face. Go ahead and monitor and make sure that these commitments are genuine the part of Friends of Rohingya. So I will end here, and let me thank all of you for a very interesting discussions, but it is a long journey that we need to undertake, uh, and we have to also request to my diaspora, Rohingya diaspora community, that you have to also work with the Bangladeshi people who are hosting, and they're facing a formidable challenge out of it, to assure and reassure. Don't take everything for granted. So that is something also you should continue to nurture in terms of building a good coherent relationship between the Rohingya community and the host community in Bangladesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It's always wonderful to hear from you. It's a wonderful learning experience to hear from you every time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're almost at the end of our international e-conference. Although we have heard that there is some internet instability, but still I would like to request Ms. Farah Kabir, Country Director, ActionAid Bangladesh, ma'am, for a final words as a vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
I don't think she's there. I think something must be wrong. Farah, are you there? I don't see.
Maybe not.
No, Manzoor Bhai, would you like to give the vote of thanks? Okay, no, thank you very much. Thank you to all the presentation, all the speakers. Kind of a, you get new Shahnama, and the couplet is a fascinating in Shahnam. It says, "Knowledge is power. Knowledge gives old heart a new flower." Believe it or not, I think the new flower is something that got me in, and it makes you start working on so many issues, and something I flagged yesterday, about a virtual museum. The idea is not to help ICJ. The idea is just to preserve some of the memories of the Rohingyas who left early because of atrocities in Myanmar. Who is going to preserve those? Some of them are already old. And so idea of having a virtual museum, given the fact that you don't have, placing it in a physical location can be difficult. So ideas like having a virtual museum, ideas like having every month the Rohingya diaspora meeting, now that we have the technology to do that, the idea of the young leadership to come up, there's so many things I think one can work. I can say from the side of the organizers, yes, a volume will come out of all the presentations that you heard. The book will come out, which will give you a greater sense of the Rohingya diaspora and activities. Now, this is an interesting diaspora because it's a diaspora which is looking for a future which is very human, and that's the point. And I still believe that the people in Myanmar would be interested in this human project. I can't believe that entire Myanmar, the entire Burmese population would not recognize the merit of what they heard in last 2 days. I don't think there was any animosity when it comes to the Myanmar people. I think they're enormously gifted people. They have sacrificed enormously in their life. They have suffered enormously in their life. And I believe it is important for them to come up and join the journey by which the Rohingyas can also get an identity in Myanmar, and we come up with a solution which will be sustainable and which would at the end bring justice. Now, let me thank all the speakers, the panelists, the discussants. My special thanks goes to the Gambian Attorney General, Special thanks to our Foreign Secretary, Mr. Masood Momen. Special thanks to all the fascinating friends that I had. A couple of them are close friends for years. So thank you all to Dr. Wakaruddin and I can Lillian and I can go on and on. Mr. Shahidul Haq has always been there. It's still even after retirement, he's fighting on this issue, and good to know that one of his paper is coming out tomorrow. I had a quick look. So it tells you that nobody has given up, and that's the strength that this platform brings you, the kind of energy which is required to resolve this issue. I can tell you from our journey, I was a class 9 student back in 1971, and I have seen Bangladesh evolve. I have seen a new country, and it's a fascinating journey that I had. And I always say the greatest knowledge that I had is 1971. Whatever I'm doing now goes back to 1971, and I'm sure those Rohingyas who are working now will also say that the greatest knowledge that they have is now, actually, when they are in this position of enormous suffering that they are having. And I believe they will come out strongly and will be a model for other humans to follow. Now, with that, vote of thanks, I'm sure Farah could have done it much better, but somehow the technology glitch did not work. Thank you to all the organizers, CPJ, BRAC University, ActionAid, my Center for Genocide Studies, those who have been working behind for days. The work is not finished yet. Sometimes they can't say no to a teacher. That's the problem, I know. But I have to thank them. They have done quite a wonderful work. Thank you all, and we are going to meet again in another format. Keep in touch, and let's work relentlessly on this. Thank you very much.